2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 4, 12A, and Standing Orders number 240A, approves the issuance of 2.5 trillion shillings from the Consolidated Fund to meet the expenditure of the national government, the National Executive, Parliament, and the Judiciary during the year ending 30th of June 2026. This is in respect to the votes contained in the schedule under the Committee of the Supply. The National Assembly, for the better part of yesterday's afternoon sitting, well, until the evening, was considering the estimates for the recurrent and development expenditure, this being estimates for the next financial budget or financial year, if you may like. And tomorrow, the CS for the National Treasury, Honorable John Badi, will be expected in Parliament buildings tomorrow afternoon, where, according to the House Standing Orders, not later than 3:30 p.m., he is required to present the budget highlights for the financial year 2025-2026. So this consideration of the report of the Committee of Supply on the estimates for the recurrent and development expenditure for the financial year 2025-2026 precedes that budget reading by the CS for the National Treasury, where the CS will be basically telling Kenyans and the nation at large the means and the ways through which the country will be using to finance the budget for the financial year 2025-2026. The consideration of the nominees to 51 National Government Constituencies Development Fund. This is a motion by the Chairperson, Committee on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund. So this is basically a motion that is seeking to have the House adopt the report of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Committee, having considered 51 constituency committees. The committee laid its report on the table of the House on the 10th day of June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43, subsection 4 of the National Government Constituencies Development Act, Cap 414A, and paragraphs 5, subsection 2 and 10 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund regulations, approves the list of nominees appointed to the 51 Constituencies Development Fund to serve in the CDF committees. Among the constituencies for consideration this afternoon are Banisa, Bomachage Chache, Butere, Buuri, Funyula, Embakasi constituency, Chuka, Igamba, Ngombe, Dadaab, Gatundu South, Garissa Township, Ganze, Juja constituency, Jomvu, Lugari, Matayos, Loima, Lagdera, Msambweni constituency, Matungu, Mathira, Rabai, Rangwe, Nyatike, among others. After the House has considered the nominees to serve in the various constituencies of the 51 constituencies who have presented their nominees before Parliament through the Committee on NGCDF, the House will consider the Political Parties Amendment Bill number 2, a bill originating from the Senate, Bill number 26 of the year 2024 by the leader of the majority party, where the National Assembly is this afternoon expected to resume debate on that bill that seeks to amend the already existing Act on the political parties. Allow me to hand over for this live broadcast of the National Assembly proceedings this afternoon as the Speaker of the House, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is already in the chambers this afternoon. Enjoy your viewing.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
Just a few minutes after the commencement of business this afternoon, the Speaker of the House, Honorable Moses Wetangula, has directed the sergeants to ring the quorum bell for members who are yet to make their way into the chamber this afternoon to do exactly that, to necessitate the attainment of 50 members present in the chambers to commence with the business before the National Assembly this afternoon. Before I handed you over, I was just telling you about the Political Parties Amendment Bill lined up for debate this afternoon. But away from that, the National Assembly will be resuming debate on the Learners with Disability Bill, Bill number 4 from the Senate of the year 2023 by the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Matters Education. The Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, National Assembly Bills number 15 of the year 2025 is also lined up for a consideration this afternoon, as the bill is at the second reading, where members of Parliament will be debating the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill. The County Public Service Finance Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 39 of the year 2029, is a bill by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Finance and National Planning, where the National Assembly will be debating the bill on the County Public Finance Laws Amendment Bill, deliberating on a number of amendments seeking to amend the existing Act on County Public Finance Law. Under the Committee of the Whole, the National Assembly will be considering the Value-Added Tax Bill, Bill number 11 of the year 2025, and with all indications from the Chamber is that the quorum has been achieved. So allow me to hand over back to the Chamber.
Okay, so you can see me tomorrow.
Okay.
In the afternoon,
Okay.
around midday. Yes.
Thank you.
We now have quorum to transact business. Honorable members, you have a supplementary order paper that will guide our proceedings this afternoon. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I have a short communication. As you may recall, on Tuesday, 27th May 2025, I notified the House that in compliance with the provisions of Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, as read together with Standing Order 244C, The Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning was scheduled to make a public pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures for the financial year 2025-26 on Thursday, 12th June 2025, that is tomorrow. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to remind the House that the event will take place as scheduled tomorrow, Thursday, 12th June 2025 from 3 p.m. in the National Assembly Main Chamber, Parliament Buildings. In keeping with the established parliamentary practice for fostering regional integration of the East African community, this ceremonial event will take place concurrently in all the East African member states. Honourable members, the pronouncement of the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures by the Cabinet Secretary is a critical function of the National Assembly in the budget-making cycle. Indeed, various dignitaries and invited guests are expected to attend and observe the proceedings. I therefore urge all members to prioritize and attend this significant event. Thereafter, there will be a reception at the Parliament Courtyard hosted by the Minister of the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Consequently, honourable members, the parking spaces at the Parliament Courtyard will not be available for use tomorrow, Thursday, 12th June 2025. Honourable members will be dropped at the main entrance, following which drivers will be guided by Parliament security officers and sergeant-at-arms to alternative parking spaces within Parliament Square. To this end, I urge honourable members to clear the parking area at the Parliament Courtyard as from today, 4 p.m., to allow arrangements for the reception to be undertaken. The House is accordingly guided. Honourable members, while I'm upstanding, allow me to acknowledge in the Speaker's Gallery Gakoe Girls High School, Gatundu North, Kiambu, Migwani Boys High School from Mwingi West, Kitui, and in the public gallery, Karangare Secondary School, Mbere North, Embu, Kalisasi Secondary School from Mwingi Central, Kitui, and Thamaita West Secondary School from Ndia, Kirinyaga. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Next.
Order number 3, messages.
Take the nearest seats, members. The nearest seats. Yes. Honourable members, I have a message from the Senate on appointment of senators to the Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025. Honourable members, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 41.1, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from the Senate regarding appointment of senators to a Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025. The message conveys that pursuant to the provisions of Article 113 of the Constitution, the Speaker of the Senate has appointed the following senators to the Mediation Committee on the bill. Senator Captain Ali Ibrahim Roba, CBS MP, Senator Dr. Boni Halwale, CBS MP, Senator Tabitha Mutinda MP, Senator William Kisang MP, Senator Danson Mungatana MP, Senator Eddie Gishero Okech MP, Senator Mohamed Mwinhaji Faki MP, Senator Rijat Momoima Onyonga MP, and Senator Daniel Kitonga Maanzo MP. Honourable members, the appointment of senators to Mediation Committee on the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025 arose out of the decision of this House to reject the Senate amendments to the bill on Tuesday, 13th June 2025. This rejection remitted the bill to a mediation committee pursuant to the provisions of Article 112(2)(b) of the Constitution. Honourable members, you may recall that via the communication issued to this House on 4th June 2025, I appointed 9 members to represent the National Assembly in the Mediation Committee. With the appointment of the Senators, the Mediation Committee is now fully constituted as contemplated under Article 113 of the Constitution. I therefore call upon the committee to expeditiously consider the contested aspects of the bill and submit a version for consideration by the Houses of Parliament. In considering the bill, I wish to remind the committee to be alive to the timelines provided for under Article 113(4) of the Constitution to ensure the bicameral process is concluded in good time. I thank you. Next.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to thank you for giving this opportunity to lay the papers on the Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, June 11th, 2025, in the afternoon sitting. 1. Reports of the Auditor General financial statements of the Commodities Fund Staff Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme for the year ended 30th June 2029 and 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, and certificates therein. 2. Reports of the Auditor General financial statements of the Public-Private Partnership Project Facilitation Fund for the years ended 30th June 2019, 30th June 2020, 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, and 30th June 2024, and certificates therein. 3. Annual reports of the National Gender and Equality Commission, NGEC, for the financial year ended 2023-2024. 4. Reports of the audit accounts of the Pest Control Products Board, PCPP, for the year ended 30th June 2024 from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. 5. Reports of the National Government Budget Implementation Review for the first 6 months, first half for financial year 2024-2025 from the Office of Controller of Budget. 6. Quarterly Economic and Budgetary Review Report, third quarter for the financial year 2024-2025 for the period ending 31st March 2025 from the National Treasury. 7. The County Government's Budget Implementation Review for the first quarter for the financial year 2024-2025 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. 8. The National Government's Budget Implementation Review for the first 9 months for the financial year 2024-2025 from the Office of the Controller of Budget. And 9. Reports of the Auditor General of Financial Statements for the year ended 30th June 2024 and certificates therein in respect of 1. Our Lady of Mount Carmel Mary Hill Girls High School. 2. Rarieda Technical and Vocational College. 3. Sabunlei Secondary School. 4. St. Bonaventure Kaheti Boys High School. 5. St. Teresa Mboni Girls High School. And 6. St. Thomas Aquinas Kaimoni Boys High School. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay. Honorable Speaker, I don't know why the chairman of administration is... go and sit. Go and sit. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Honorable members, call the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, before we go to order number 7, let's have a short rearrangement so that we dispose of orders number 8 and 9 before we go to order number 7. Is Musa Sirma in the house? Who will be moving the motion at order number 9? That's something you move, you second, and we dispose of. Majority Leader, where are the leadership of NGCDF committee?
That's all right. I saw Musa here. I don't know.
Well, he isn't.
Well, but Honorable Speaker, I think that's a fairly easy thing we
You can
do.
move it.
Yeah.
Okay, call out order number 8.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of Supply on estimates of recurrent and development expenditure for the year ending 30th June 2026. Question to be put.
Members on their feet, take the nearest seats. Honourable members, we will now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of Supply on its consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2025-26, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 221 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A and Standing Order 240A, approves the issuance of a sum of Kenya shillings 2,549,543,978,440 from the Consolidated Fund to meet the expenditure for the National Executive, Parliament, and the Judiciary during the year ending 30th June 2026 in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those on the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I must congratulate those who painstakingly remained in the chamber yesterday to prosecute the committee of supply. I know some of you had retreated to elsewhere, but I saw members like Kajwang, Keinan, Owen, Bowen, and others, Oundo, who remained here from 2:30 to the end of the day, and we must salute their industry. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Consideration of nominees to 51 National Government Constituencies Development Fund committees.
Yes, Owen.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Committee on its consideration of the 51 constituencies committees laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 10th June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Development Fund Act, Cap 414A, and paragraph 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulation, approves the list of the nominees for appointment to the following 51 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund as contained in the order paper, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, having done that, I think this is a straightforward matter. I would request the Honorable Jamatia. Oh, she's here.
She's walking out.
She's walking out. I should request it. But I want to request my counterpart on the other side, the Honorable Mbui, to second for approval. Thank you.
I second.
Order, Chamatia, take your seat, the nearest seat, or complete your walkout. Thank you. Honourable members, I now propose the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Committee on its consideration of 51 constituency committees laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 10th June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act, Cap 414A, and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Regulations, approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 51 constituency committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund as set out in the order paper. Do I put the question? I now put the question, honorable members, at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Committee on its consideration of 51 constituencies committees laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 10th June 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 43(4) of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Act, Cap 414A, and paragraphs 5, 2, and 10 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Regulations, approves the list of nominees for appointment to the following 51 constituencies committees of the National Government Constituency Development Fund as set out in the order paper. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
To Nakuru, Brian Odhiambo, his mother confronted me because Brian Odhiambo was kidnapped and taken to, I think it was National Park. Mr. Speaker, the investigations have stopped. The arrest was not happening. But Mr. Speaker, when I came back, I told the investigation authorities, it's your responsibility to make sure that those who have participated in the kidnapping of Brian Odhiambo must be brought to book. Mr. Speaker, as a result of that pressure I put in as a cabinet secretary, those people were charged in the court in Nakuru. Mr. Speaker, on matters of abductions, since I entered office, I have been very vocal, Mr. Speaker, including an investigation that is ongoing regarding a member of parliament. And Mr. Speaker, we will unearth all those cases of abductions. Mr. Speaker, when we came to office, even though I was not a cabinet secretary, Mr. Speaker, the president gave directions to the country during campaign and after we came to office that he does not want to see extrajudicial killing. He doesn't want to see bodies in River Yala. He doesn't want to see bodies in River Tana. He doesn't want to see bodies in Abadeas of people who have been abducted and killed. Mr. Speaker, we may not have exterminated completely these criminals who are doing these acts. But Mr. Speaker, I can tell you there is no systematic or planned such acts in government. And Mr. Speaker, there is not by accident that as this administration came to office, there are no bodies that are found in River Yala or River Tana, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because we took a stand position, Mr. Speaker, and will continue in that direction. And Mr. Speaker, I am glad that now we enjoy this level of democracy and freedom to speak. Even those who presided over the ministry when bodies were floating in River Yala, Mr. Speaker, now have the freedom to call us into order. And Mr. Speaker, it is because they know this is a government that is responsive to the things that the people of Kenya are asking for. And I want to assure the nation that I am the same Kipchumba who was a valiant soldier in this house. I will use the same vigor, Mr. Speaker, to exterminate all kinds of, Mr. Speaker, criminal activities within the police. And the police know. And I have told them clearly, in all the forum, Mr. Speaker, I established what is called Jukwaa la Usalama. In this Jukwaa la Usalama, all the OCSs attend the meeting. In every county, Mr. Speaker, we've completed Coast and Eastern 14 counties. Mr. Speaker, in all those forums, I want to assure the House that as a cabinet secretary, I have told the police officer in no uncertain terms that anybody who is going to be found to carry out such kind of extrajudicial killing will carry their burden. Let me come to the specific questions, Mr. Speaker, that touched on me. Number one, Mr. Speaker, that was the first question by Senator Kalwale. Mr. Speaker, there is Senator Kajwang asked, Mr. Speaker, about, again, and I've responded to that question generally about my record and so forth. Mr. Speaker, on the extrajudicial killings, Senator also Kajwang asked, Mr. Speaker, whether I have given any policy directions related to, Mr. Speaker, this issue of Mr. Speaker, how to handle an arrested person. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the, let me just refer to this. If you look at the police standing orders, Mr. Speaker, at the moment, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to read so that I give time to everybody to respond, because it's a long list, maybe I'll table later. The police standing orders already prescribe and provide, Mr. Speaker, how to handle a police officer, including before you book in, not a police officer, a suspect. Before you book in a suspect, you must confirm that he was in good health or not, Mr. Speaker. And those regulations...
Honorable Senators, he has just said he will table, but
yes,
he wants to pick a few statements from
yes,
there before he does that.
So, Mr. Speaker, it says that the guidelines, Mr. Speaker, require that you must determine the health and general conditions of the suspect. Every arrested person shall be granted police bond and bail at the earliest opportunity. All suspects must undergo mental and physical health screening at the time of booking. The suspect must be immediately booked upon arrest and entry record in the occurrence book. All movements of the suspect into and out of the cell must be recorded in the OB. And if you had the investigations that are ongoing, they are telling us when he was booked in, when he was removed, Mr. Speaker, and that will assist the IPO in the investigations, that occurrence book. Mr. Speaker, police cells must not be overcrowded. Space per detainee must conform to minimum standards. The booking officer must inform the suspect of their basic rights. Communication must suspect all this. It is not the absence of the legal framework or policy directions that led to the killing of Mr. Albert Ojwang, Mr. Speaker. It is blatant disregard of the law and the Constitution. And that's why we are not coming here to give excuses that it is in the absence of a policy direction from the ministry. No. Mr. Speaker, it is just blatant disregard. If you see how that gentleman was beaten, Mr. Speaker, the person who did it is an animal. And it calls upon all of us to say that that person must face justice, and it at the shortest time possible, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, there is absolutely no reason on my side, Mr. Speaker, to try to hide anything, Mr. Speaker, because that investigations, as I said earlier, covering other previous police officers have led to them being held into account. Mr. Speaker, Senator Mungatana asked the question of training of police officers on the questions of human rights. I must confirm here that there has been progressive growth in terms of training of police officers. However, Mr. Speaker, the truth is that because of lack of resources, Mr. Speaker, our police officers, last training they have is the day they were recruited, Mr. Speaker. Only those in the higher cadre, Mr. Speaker, and all who sometimes get to go to promotion get to be trained, but a large number of our police officers do not get to go through this promotion. And therefore, one of the things that the National Police Service has been pushing, and we will push with them, and I'll help them push this issue, is to make sure that budgetary allocation is provided, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the police get money to continuous training and updating their knowledge on human rights. Mr. Speaker, it's also expected that when you punish perpetrators like this, Mr. Speaker, it was always expected that we would send a message to others. But like any other society, when you have a force of 120,000 police officers, you will find a small number of them, Mr. Speaker, violating the Constitution and the law. Mr. Speaker, Senator Mogeni, and I suspect I've answered this question, whether I had any responsibility, supervisory responsibility as part of the Security Council, and I said yes. Mr. Speaker, the only answer I gave that I didn't have an eye on, and I am not supposed to do, is to meddle on specific investigation. If I do so, it will reach a stage where our Cabinet Secretary will be picking people politically on who's to be charged and who's not be charged, and that is what the Constitution tried to remove from us. Mr. Speaker, on the question of Senator Wambua, I think generally I've also answered by the statement I made, except to add that, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my friend Senator Wambua that I did demand answers from the Inspector General of Police. The only difference is that because I'm a Cabinet Secretary, I cannot demand in public. I cannot call a press conference to demand speedy investigation from the Inspector General or to request him to make sure that the people of Kenya get answers in good time. It is because we work together. I can give him a call and to tell him to speed up the process. And I think if you think that this is an issue that was reported on Sunday, and Mr. Speaker, today is Tuesday, the speed, Mr. Speaker, is commendable. And I believe that if the IPOA can move in the same speed, it should be, in a few days. And I don't want to commit myself because they are independent. They should commit themselves to, in the shortest time possible, to make sure that that file is taken to the DPP office. I also agree with the sentiments from Senator Veronica Maina, Mr. Speaker, on the human rights. On the reform program, that it must continue. There is a team that is currently constituted in the ministry that is working on the reform program. I have also asked a team, my own team in my own office, to look at all the legislation on issues of abductions and extrajudicial killing, if there are also areas that we need to close the gap to make sure that at least internally from our police force, there is no possibility of any person involving themselves in that issue. And Mr. Speaker, if I get areas where it needs legislative reform, I will come back to this House for support. Mr. Speaker, I agree with her that in one way or another we must support Albert's family, and I hope that those who will be found culpable also will be held into account, Mr. Speaker, over and above us just supporting from as government, and also all of us who are sitting here, perhaps from our own calling and generosity. Mr. Speaker, there was also a suggestion from Senator Dulo that we may need to look at the use of the computer misuse law. Mr. Speaker, we were here, we debated this law, there were issues, it went to High Court, it went to Court of Appeal, where it is at the moment. Mr. Speaker, some of those issues, we can relook at them. Mr. Speaker, even the team that I've constituted in my office, I've told them to look at all the decisions of the courts, including Justice Ogola's rules, among others, Mr. Speaker, on how to handle a suspect, so that then we can see if we are getting the standing orders or we are coming up with new regulations that will make sure that our police service is a bit, Mr. Speaker, up to date. Mr. Speaker, I know that I have been asked whether I should run away from this responsibility. Mr. Speaker, for the 6 months I've been in this office, nearly 6 months I've been in this office, the effort and the energy I've put to revamp this ministry, Mr. Speaker, gives me hope that in the near future we will see the fruits of this responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I know that in moments like this, like those who went before me and others who have other responsibilities, Mr. Speaker, these are the moments that the duty to serve overrides, Mr. Speaker, the condemnation to throw in the towel. It is important as a leader, when you are faced with challenges, to provide solutions. If you become the kind of a leader that runs away from solutions, Mr. Speaker, then you miss that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I've been asked by dear Mr. Nyutu Senator Nyutu and Senator Kalwale, Mr. Speaker, the question of why, Mr. Speaker, I should not ask the DIG Langat to step aside. Mr. Speaker, let me say this, that, Mr. Speaker, this is an ongoing investigation. To the best of my knowledge so far, the information we only have is that the Deputy Inspector General of Police, despite being the DIG, took the step to report what he thought was an act of or a crime committed against him. And Mr. Speaker, went low as reporting this to the DCI, and that investigation was done. And in the process of this investigation, somebody has died. Mr. Speaker, nobody has told me here whether the investigations lead to a particular result, whether it is to protect him or to exonerate him or to charge him, Mr. Speaker, is not my responsibility. That responsibility rests with independent police oversight authority if they find any culpability, Mr. Speaker. The rule of law demands from all of us, God forbid, should a senator here at the rank of minority leader, for example, report a case to the police and the suspect is arrested and dies in custody, God forbid that the minority leader, someone will say he must take responsibility. In the same breath, Mr. Speaker, there must be a link between the crime and the individual. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I will ask IPO, and as I said earlier, as the Cabinet Secretary, I will not play a role in pushing for a particular person to be charged or a particular person to be exonerated. The evidence must lead to the suspect, Mr. Speaker. And when we are going for anybody, it must be based on evidence. Otherwise, if we lose that rule of law, people will be taking advantage of such occasions to do the same. Mr. Speaker, ask yourself, I was here in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, when as I said, my friend Kimani was abducted by police officers and killed in Machakos. Mr. Speaker, I was here when the case of Pepe Pendo happened. I was here when Koome happened. Mr. Speaker, the process, even when people thought that there will be no justice, justice was found because the right process was followed by IPO. I think we should support IPO to do their job instead of getting ourselves to the direction where the House can direct who should be charged and who not be charged. Mr. Speaker, I was a bit worried. I know there is privilege in the chamber. I was a bit worried when senators divert to the attention of determining who is to be charged and who is not to be charged. Mr. Speaker, it violates the same Article 245 of the Constitution and affects the question of rule of law. What we should be demanding is that every person who will be found culpable, led by the evidence, must be brought to book, regardless of the position, regardless of his relationship with anybody. Mr. Speaker, and the last thing was, there was something to do with reforms again. And to close in, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to assure Senator Haji. Mr. Speaker, when Senator Haji spoke, I was fighting tears because he spoke for all of us and he spoke for this country. Mr. Speaker, the life of Albert Ojwang is as painful, Mr. Speaker, as the life of Father Alois, who was killed by criminals. It's also as painful as the life of that person killed in Garissa. It's the same as the ones who died in Todonyang where I visited recently, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in the national security architecture, we take every life seriously. We are glad that there is an opportunity today to discuss the question of the life of Mr. Albert Ojwang. I do not take it away from those who brought it to this chamber. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the country that we take the same seriousness in every other life, just like the case of Albert. And I hope that also this chamber and the Republic will be conscious to deal with these issues when they come before us. Mr. Speaker, I remain seized of this matter. I will remain accountable to this House, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm ready and willing to ensure that I respond to all the questions that this chamber. Mr. Speaker, in any case, in the statement I was going to bring to this House, there are also very weighty issues about abductions and police brutalities and citizens killing during protests last year. And I believe that, Mr. Speaker, when we get the time to come back again, these issues will have to be ventilated based on the responses that we are going to bring to this chamber. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now we are going to hear responses from the IG. IG, you mentioned the name of the senator and the question and proceed to respond so that we save on time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. The honorable members of the Senate. Let me start by saying that I appreciate you very much. The questions that were raised here, they are questions that are weighty. They are questions that are very valid. They are questions that are also going to assist us, even when we're looking at our standard operating procedures and so forth. So I really, really appreciate your contribution. The questions that you asked, they are very, very important to us. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, let me say that when I was being vetted by Parliament, I did inform the Parliament that I will operate within the frameworks of the law. And I demanded the same from my officers, the members of the National Police Service, to operate within the frameworks of the law. That is the reason why myself as the Inspector General and the leadership of the National Police Service, we are pained by the loss of the late Ojwang in our police cells there. We are pained. As a parent, I'm also pained for losing young Ojwang. I feel pained. Now, when we go to the questions, the first question was by Honorable Senator Okechi. The circumstances that led to the death of the late Albert Ojwang. These circumstances are being investigated by IPO. And as my CS has said, let us give IPO an opportunity so that they can quickly be able to investigate and tell us openly exactly what really happened. Number two, there was this report of Albert having hit his head against the wall. That is the information that came, the primary information that came from the same station. But in the subsequent press briefing that I did, that was rectified, and in fact, we can even be able to see it very, very clearly by the results of the investigations. There was this question that was asked by Honorable Senator Medho. Why was he taken to Bagathi and not Kenyatta National Hospital, which probably could be a little bit near? Let me say this. Both of them are government hospitals, both Kenyatta and Bagathi Hospital. Maybe for the officers who are taking him to hospital, they made a decision to take him to Bagathi, but both of them are government hospitals. And we believe that they have got what it takes to treat a sick person. Then there is also this question of the interdiction of the officers. Why is it that the Inspector General did interdict the officers immediately? The reasons as to why I did interdict the officer commanding Central Police Station, the duty officer of the night when the late Albert Ojwang lost his life, the officers who are manning the report office,
I just pause. Yes, what's your intervention, Senator Fokelov?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can see he has now going to be answering those questions which were asked. I had a question as to why was he not arrested, charged, or put whatever in a custody or something like that in Homa Bay? Why did he have to travel all the way from Homa Bay to Nairobi and ended up losing his life here?
Senator Fokelov, the IG has a list of all those questions. He will get to yours. Just be patient. Proceed, IG.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. This question was actually asked by Honorable Senator Medho, as to why I did interdict these officers, because these were the officers who were on duty there. And we wanted to ensure that once the IPO takes over, the investigations are smooth and there's no one who is going to interfere with those investigations. That's why we wanted them to step aside and allow free investigation, because we wanted expeditious investigations to be carried out, we want to know who is this or who are these who committed that heinous crime. And we want to know it as quickly as possible. There was the question from for Bonnie Harwere. That one has been answered by my CS. Then the question from Honorable Senator Manzayo. Why Albert Ojwang was arrested in Homa Bay and why he had to be transported up to Nairobi. This question, the DCI is going to answer it very, 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 very clearly as to the reasons why he was transported from Homa Bay up to Nairobi. But basically, it is because in Nairobi, that is where the offense was actually committed. But DCI is going to give more details on that. Why the CCTVs were again interfered with? That is another question that was also asked by Senator Masayo. The Independent Police Oversight Authority is investigating the entire scene of crime. And they are going to tell us exactly what happened with the CCTVs. And if there is anyone who was involved in that, then punishment must be meted to an officer of that nature. So the same case applies to the question, who are these police officers who committed the crime of murder to the late Albert Ojwang? Again, we are waiting for answers from IPOA, who are right now investigating the same. And we are looking forward to the resolution of that issue soonest possible, because it's something that have actually captured the entire country into what happened on that date. The question from Honorable Senator Kajwang. Now, this question of withdrawing and apologizing to the Senate and the country on the question of the late Ojwang, Ojwang having committed, hit his head on the walls. I think, as I said from the word go, we allow the IPOA to investigate, and they are going to give us concrete answers, because I have already indicated that in the subsequent media briefings that I did, that situation was actually corrected.
IG.
On whether...
IG, you need to respond to that question in a better way. This was the question by Senator Kajwang, that through your official communication, the first information you put out there to the public was that the young man had hit his head against the wall and therefore died. Later on, after the autopsy was carried out, it was found to be totally different. The question that the senator then rose to ask was, would you, having put that communication to the public that the young man hit his head on the wall and died, would you withdraw that particular communication and proceed to apologize to the nation? That was the question the Honorable Senator asked. If you're unable to do that, you can also, that's also an answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On that question, let me say this. Number one, if in the ongoing investigations by the IPO investigators, we get to know the truth. The officers who issued the initial report that we relied upon, then they will have to face disciplinary proceedings as provided for by the regulations by providing incorrect information. So we are awaiting the outcome of the investigations of IPOA in that.
IG, we've had the benefit of hearing the representative of IPOA in the morning, and they were very categorical on what caused the death of this young man. What more do you want to hear?
Mr. Speaker, sir, from what we have heard here from the IPO, although we have not yet gotten that report, we will proceed on and take appropriate measures on the officer who gave the primary report on that material day.
We have taken note. IG, proceed.
Then there was also the second question.
Honorable Senators, I think we are doing pretty well now. We are doing very well. What is your intervention, Honorable Mugatana? Now, IG, the reason why you are attracting a lot of intervention is because you do not want to open up and just tell the senators exactly what happened. We're here to hear the truth. Just give us the truth, and there'll be minimal interventions. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for the current IGP. In fact, a very professional police officer. But I wanted to remind him, the Constitution has given us, under Article 238, the principles of national security. Mr. Speaker, on 238(2)(c), it says, in performing the functions and exercising their powers, national security organs shall respect the diverse culture of the communities within Kenya. And Honorable Senator Kajwang has said, to imply suicide from his cultural background, it is attracting a huge stigmatization of that family. So I'm inviting the IGP to offer an unconditional apology to the Senate in view of the post-mortem report that has been made public. And then we proceed, Mr. Speaker.
Mugatana is clear. IG.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is true, as Senator Mugatana has said, that going by the report that we have gotten from IPO, that it is not true, he did not hit his head against the wall, but that is the report that we had from the word go. I tell my apology on behalf of the National Police Service because of that information. So there was also the question of how the police are trained. That question was clearly answered by my CS. He also did mention that funds is also another constraint that has been delivering the National Police Service to enable us to train everybody within the service. Then there was also the question of how many were in the cell. There was also the question of how many were in the cell where Albert was held. Again, Mr. Speaker, sir, this question again will also be answered very clearly in the investigations by the IPO of how many were actually in that cell. The questions by Senator Omugeni. As I have indicated, I myself am a parent. My other senior level commanders, they are all parents. By losing Ojwang, it pains me, it pains them. It is not right to lose them in a police cell. Now, when he arrived, or when he was brought in from Homa Bay, he was given an opportunity to call his family back home. As I did indicate from my statement that I was providing, where he did indicate to his wife that they had reached Central Police Station safely and he was safe. So that one confirms that when he reached Central Police Station, he was all right, by his own statement to his own family, that he was fine. So the second question is about why was Ojwang booked alone in the cells. As I have indicated there earlier, this is something that we are going to be provided with answers by the investigating agency, because these are some of the questions that it must answer. The questions that were raised by Honorable Senator Wabua.
IG, you 2 minutes ago you're doing fairly well, but I can see there's a relapse. The question was, why was this young man booked alone in a cell? And your response, if I got you correctly, is that matter is under investigation.
Yes.
Really, is that your response?
Yes. The matter is to establish the correct position.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I'm assuming that the IG is proceeding sequentially, and he has conveniently avoided 2 questions that I asked. And that was why the Deputy Inspector General of Police is still in office when he was very quick to interdict or to give directives for junior officers to be out on the basis of the proximate cause theory. And I also asked a very specific question that came out of his submission, that there were other names. There were other 4. Are they in a ditch somewhere? Are they at City Mortuary? He's supposed to.
Proceed, IG.
Question that was asked by Honorable Secretary about whether the house that to say the suspect who was arrested, and by that time he had been placed at Kamukoji police station. When the file went before the ODPP raised issues that needed to be covered. Thereafter, the suspect was set free until such a time when the file goes give his recommendation. None of them had. We believe they are still. About why the DIG is still in the office, the reason why I did not go back to that question, it is because the CS had given actually an answer on the same. He did respond. So, in the cell, I have, as I have answered right now. We are saying.
Honorable Senators, the IG has responded to that question. His answer may not be satisfactory, but it's an answer. That is what he replied. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The questions that were raised by Honorable Senator Wabua. He first of all registered displeasure of the absence of the chair IPOA. I think that one was recorded. The questions that were directed to the IG is when at the Central Police Station, Albert was booked again alone in the cell. And I have answered that question there before. I have answered the question.
IG, can you repeat your response to that question so that it's clear?
My response to that question, I have indicated that why he was booked in that cell alone, it is something that we need the investigating team to also let us know, because there are a number of cells that are at the Central Police Station. And now, at that particular time, I don't have the figures of those who are actually under the custody of those cells. But in the investigation, in the course of the investigations, we are going to get out the answers very, very clearly, the Honorable Speaker.
Your CS has tabled the police standing orders, which are very clear on how to handle a suspect, book him in, and all that. Under what circumstances? And that is what the senators would wish to know. Confinement. And did this young man fit the description so as to be put in a solitary confinement?
Honorable Speaker, once again, thank you very much. The CS have actually tabled the standard operating procedures, which the procedure that the police follow actually when someone is being placed in the cells, somebody has been arrested, brought in, the recording of the OBs, the recording actually in the cell register, and the number of even those suspects that are held in a particular cell is also very clear. So what I am not very, very sure of as at now is, and I'm looking forward to the investigation of the IPOA, why is it that he was alone in that cell? Is it that we had more cells? Is it that we did not have others who are there? So we are waiting for that question from IPO.
Proceed, IG. Honorable Senators, let him conclude. We'll get better responses from IPOA. But before you proceed, IG, what's your intervention, Senator Andago?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I just needed some small clarification, Honorable Speaker. I thought in the morning I heard the IPOA say, in the progress they have made, they have also recorded a statement from one of the detainees. And maybe the clarification is, was that detainee in the same cell with Ojwang? So that the question of whether Ojwang was actually in the cell alone. Can we marry the two? Because IPOA is here and police is here.
Yes, proceed, IG.
Then there was also this question, again from Honorable Senator Wabua, which he asked, how did the OCS confirm Albert Ojwang was fine when he was booked in? So again, that question goes back to the earlier question that I had answered, that when he reached the police station, when he was brought in at the Central Police Station, he was given an opportunity to talk to his spouse, where he did confirm that they had arrived safely and he is fine. And that record is actually in the occurrence book. And it was done by those officers who are at the report office at the Central Police Station. So that is actually the confirmation that he was fine when he reached the police station.
Certainly, it cannot be a point of order, Senator Anyonka. You may put forth your intervention.
Thank you. IG, there's a gentleman who was the OCPD of that police station at Central, Mr. Benjamin Talam. Are you aware that he refused to book Mr. Ojwang when he was brought in, and that is why he was taken to the hospital? And in today's newspaper, he said he refused to accept him because the condition in which he was in, he would not have been accepted into the cells, according to his training.
Mr. Speaker, sir, according to the information that I have, the late Albert Ojwang was booked in at the police station, Central Police Station, at 9:35 hours in the evening, and placed in the cells. Then the OCS, who is responsible for that station, was informed of the same. So the other one from the Honorable Senator, that one I'm not aware.
Honorable Senator, I'm taking note, and Senator Wambua, I'll come back to you. Just run through the questions that you have. For those ones that we feel are not satisfactorily answered, we will certainly have an opportunity, Senator Boni. Just proceed. Yes, Senator Boni.
Mr. Speaker, the public and the Senate are expecting that the witnesses we have this afternoon will shed light. And that light can only come out of the quality of the evidence that they are adducing. Mr. Speaker, there is something called a hostile witness. When a witness deliberately, with due respect to Kanja, either becomes economical with the truth or attempts to evade a question, he's being hostile. What is the value of this exercise if the IG, who is supposed to have convinced himself on how Ojwang was handled, how can he be the same one now deflecting that responsibility to IPOA? He's supposed to give evidence in the same manner he'll give to IPOA when IPOA will call him to appear before them, Mr. Speaker.
I know, honorable senators, the beauty of this is that we have all the players before us. He has shifted the burden to IPOA. IPOA is right before us. They will take to this stand and they will go through exactly the responses that have been put forth by the IG. If the IPOA representative wasn't here, then a lot would have left hanging. So, honorable senators, let us be patient. Let us be patient. Let us be patient. Proceed.
Much, Honorable Speaker. Maybe I can just read a small part of my earlier statement. That
just pick the question and respond so that we move.
So the question that had been asked here is, I would like to reply as follows. When they arrived at Central Police Station in Nairobi at approximately 21:17 hours, and at 21:24 hours, Mr. Albert Ojwang contacted his wife via mobile number that is also provided there to inform her of his safe arrival. Chief Inspector Taram, the officer commanding the police station, was contacted through his mobile phone. The number is also provided, and they authorized the booking of PC Mohammed Rashid Hiro Abdurai booked the suspect into the cells after confirming his normal physical and mental state was okay. Filed OB number 136/07/06/2025, which was done at 21:35 hours. That is the information that I have, Honorable Speaker, on that note. There was also the question of who interfered with the CCTV cameras at the station. Honorable Speaker, this question is amongst the many questions that the investigating agency who are actually looking, who deals with matters, criminal activities by police, to give us an answer on that one, so that we can actually now be able to take appropriate measures with anyone who interfered with the normal settings of the CCTVs around that station. There was also the question from Honorable Senator Veronica. The first question was, who deleted the Albert X account? Again, this question is going to be answered by the DCI. Who interfered with the CCTV cameras, and whether there is a backup of the same. So on the CCTV cameras, Honorable Speaker, is as I've indicated that we are waiting for the investigations to let us know who is it that actually did that kind of interference. On the issue of whether we have a backup or not, we have already given some experts an assignment on that, and we are going to get that report very soon when we are still here. And then the last one is that question of all police officers must at all times ensure that the rights of the suspects are respected. That is our standard operating procedures. For those who deviated away from that, then they must face the full wrath of the law. That is our position. that the officers, police officers must at all times respect the rights and freedoms of the people, whether they are suspects or not. I'm saying this because, Honorable Senator, police officers are at the forefront in the defense of the rights and freedoms of the people. So any officer who turns against that, he goes against the same law that he is supposed to protect. And they are, all of them, they are aware. Out there, the deployment throughout the Republic, that the rights of suspects, the rights of the other Kenyans must be protected at all times. So as I have said, anyone who goes against that, then he must face the full wrath of the law. The questions from Honorable Senator Duro. Honorable Duro requested that I provide all the documentary evidences of the letters that the DIG did to the DCI. We have them, and I want to promise that by tomorrow, when we are attending the Committee of Senate, we will be having those documents with us. She did ask the same question: why does the police have to drive all the way from Homa Bay, the suspect from Homa Bay to Nairobi? That is, as I have answered there earlier, and the DCI is also going to give additional details on the same. The questions by Senator Abbas, Honorable Senator Abbas. Again, he was actually asking the same question, that there are several police stations along the line that the suspects was, driven from Homa Bay to Nairobi. There are many police stations along the line. So the question is, why is it that he could not be placed in any of these police stations along that transport corridor? My answer is, as earlier stated, that number one, the offense was committed in Nairobi. And that is actually the area of jurisdiction. That is basically the reason why the suspect was actually brought to Nairobi. Then there was also this question from Honorable Senator Haji, where he asked, why is it that the investigations could not be conducted elsewhere where the suspect was arrested? So the answer to that question is that the offense was again committed in Nairobi. That's the reason why the suspect was driven from Homa Bay to Nairobi. The last bit, where Honorable Senator Newton, he asked, why is it that the investigations have been done so fast? So again, he wanted to know who actually killed the late Albert Ojwang. As I had answered there earlier, Honorable Senator, I'm eagerly waiting to know, amongst those officers who are on duty or any other officer who are involved in that transaction, who is it that did, or who is it, or who are they that are involved in the cold-blooded murder of Albert Ojwang. Then there's this question of since when did the police start assessing the well-being of suspects? That question, if you look at our occurrence book, it has got several columns. And in one of the columns, there is the physical state and also even the weather. So we do indicate in that particular column, how is the suspect looking like? Even the weather, if it is raining, we say it is raining. If it is chilly, it is cold. So they are there, they are provided for in that occurrence book, Honorable Senator. So it is on that basis, after he also spoke with the spouse, it was also confirmed that he did confirm that I'm okay and I have arrived safely in Nairobi. So based on that, the OB recorder recorded the same in the occurrence book. And it is there actually to be seen by everybody. The last question from Honorable Senator Nyuto was again, why was Ojwang transported all the way from Homa Bay to Nairobi?
Yeah, you've already responded.
I have already responded.
This is the 10th time. Just pick a new one, and you conclude IG, so that we hear IPO.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I'm already through with the questions. Thank you.
Just hold on IG. I think that few questions that you may have noted down. Just remind the IG of your question.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you ask, and if you ask and you're not answered, so it's fair that we remind the IG the questions that have not been answered. When IG, I asked a very specific question on the events of the 5th of June. That was a very specific question, and I don't want to repeat the question. I'm sure it has rung back in your mind that I said that on the 5th of June, so much happened, and the officers were in Kisii by 12:55. That question I had asked, and you have not answered. And finally, why you chose Bagadia and not Kenyatta National Hospital? That was, yeah.
Honorable Methu, the IG responded to that question. You know,
now,
I think what you need is the second limb of Senator Methu's question, is that the time computation does not add up. What do you say to that?
For that one, Honorable Speaker, the DCI have got a unit that deals with serious crimes. And in that unit, although he is going to give details on that one, in that unit, he has those who records the statements, those who are investigating on other bits of, every continuing investigations. So that's the reason why you find that once it has been confirmed, for example, by the CAK, has been confirmed by the EACC, then there is this team that moves immediately and effects, for example, the arrest. So that is basically the reason why you find that it is really not the same team that is seated at the DCI there that is doing all that, but it is one unit. So the information is passed to the other teams that are there.
Honorable Methu, I think he has passed the buck to IPO and DCI. Exactly. So wait until DCI or IPO, then they may be able to take that. So, honorable senators, let us now have IPO take the stand. Senator Haji, you will. We still have all the witnesses around, you will. Exactly. Proceed, Senator Haji.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is an unusual sitting. It is sort of like a special sitting, an extraordinary sitting. The rules are not very clear, Mr. Speaker, and I would really wish that you would make a ruling so that we can proceed with speed and conclude in time. Mr. Speaker, if you allow everybody to ask a supplementary question, we will be here for a very long time. And we are not here, Mr. Speaker, as far as my understanding, to cross-examine the individuals that are here appearing here today. If we were informed that that is the case, then we would have been here very well prepared to cross-examine every answer that is submitted to this House. So, Mr. Speaker, and also not to forget that this matter has also been referred to the committee. I don't know what you expect the committee to do, what work to do, if we are going to handle everything here today. And we don't have the time. So, Mr. Speaker, I indulge that you make a ruling so that we can move with speed and give opportunities to the senators who have not spoken today to also ask questions to the individuals that are here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, I was very clear on the procedure to adopt going forward. And I said we're going to hear all the witnesses. Thereafter, I was going to allow senators to ask for clarifications or ask questions. We did the first round before we adjourned for lunch. When I came back, the way forward I had communicated was, before we take the second round of senators, we allowed the witnesses to respond to the questions or clarifications sought that were directed to them. Once we are done with that, we will take the second round of senators. Now, the problem is that some questions that honorable senators have posed that have not found satisfactory answers. That those questions that honorable senators have posed, whom the IG has referred to IPOA. We are not here to cross-examine anybody. We are simply asking questions and clarifications from the witnesses that are here. So, honorable senators, I would urge us to do this. We step down the IG. A lot of his responses were actually shoved towards either IPOA or DCI. Allow the DCI. Allow the DCI because the IPOA will combine DCI and IG. So let us allow DCI to take the stand. Now, honorable senators, for us to make progress, let us minimize the interventions. Yeah, okay? Let us allow DCI to the question sought. And as the DCI does that, please let us not have any interventions so that we make progress. Proceed, DCI.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Senator and Honorable Speaker. And I would like also to appreciate Honorable Speaker and the members for giving me this opportunity to respond to some of the issues raised on the floor, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, an Honorable Senator has actually appealed to my religious faith. And I would like to categorically confirm that I fully understand the religious implications of swearing by the Holy Quran. I cannot please a human being so as to displease my Creator. So mine is to reaffirm that whatever I've said before the Senate and whatever I'm going to say shall be the truth and the whole truth, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, some of the issues that I'll be addressing to have been raised. It is cross-cutting. So I may not be able to attribute the questions to a particular senator. I wish to confirm that it is true that just like any other citizen, the DIG KPS, Mr. Lagat, filed his complaint with the DCI in view of the very, very serious allegations touching on the integrity, both on the office and on the person of the DIG KPS. And with those very, very serious allegations, his only recourse, Honorable Speaker, was to report the matter to the DCI, which is the investigative agency of the National Police Service, so as to investigate those allegations to its logical conclusion. There was nothing extraordinary with that report. Honorable Speaker, we have in the past received and investigated similar complaints from senior government officials, senators, members of parliament, and the investigative process has always remained the same. We receive the report, we investigate with a view to identify the culprits, and we take appropriate action. So the complaint by the DIG KPS, Mr. Lagat, was subjected to the same due process, Honorable Speaker, and there wasn't any preferential treatment as such. So I wish to confirm to this august House that throughout the subsistence of our investigations, the DIG KPS never interfered with the investigations whatsoever. Relating to the complaint letter and the statement, just like the IG has said, we are ready and willing to avail the same before this august House. The question on why the deceased, may his soul rest in peace, was transferred from Homa Bay to Nairobi. Honorable Speaker, the CPC Section 71, Cap 75, is very, very clear on the places of trial and jurisdictions. Ordinary places of trial for an offense is determined where the crime was committed. Our courts also do have jurisdictions, save for those courts that do have or enjoy inherent jurisdictions. For this particular matter, Your Honorable Speaker, the offense we believe was committed in Nairobi, but the arrest was done in Homa Bay County, and that's why the deceased had to be driven all the way from Homa Bay to Nairobi. You may also wish to note that offenses of cybercrime, Honorable Speaker, have a national jurisdiction, as there's no way of justifying the place it has been perpetrated. It is an offense that can be committed even when somebody is on a journey. So it has a national jurisdiction. Senator Kalwale alluded to the fact that we did not have a court order. And I would like to state very clearly, Honorable Speaker, that we do not require a court order to move a suspect from one police jurisdiction to another police jurisdiction. We don't require a court order. For this, for the deceased, he was booked at Mawega Police Station, that is Homa Bay, and booked out at 16:00 hours. And he was booked at Central Police Station 21:32 hours. There was an allegation that why we could not provide the CCTVs at the DCI offices in Mawega. I wish to confirm that we don't have a DCI offices in Mawega. It is a recently elevated police station from a police post, and we don't have the presence of a CCTV there. I further wish to confirm, Honorable Speaker, that the deceased was with utmost humility throughout the journey, all the way from Homa Bay to Nairobi by the arresting officers. Indeed, while at Narok, he asked for refreshments, and he was given some refreshments by the arresting officers. Like I said, Honorable Speaker, he was booked at Central Police Station at 21:32. At 21:24, the deceased was given an opportunity while at Central Police Station to talk to his wife. One Nefnin Apondi, on cell phone number 075808161, registered under one George Onyango, who apparently was the father. The vehicle that was used to ferry the deceased from Homa Bay County to Nairobi was a DCI vehicle, GKC 519B Subaru Forester. And I can confirm, Honorable Speaker, without any fear of contradiction, that from Homa Bay, the suspect was driven straight to Central Police Station and nowhere else. And for this, we can technically confirm even the movement of the Subaru vehicle by using the GPS system. Some members were alluding to the fact that maybe the suspect was taken to DCI headquarters, and nothing can be far from the truth. From Homa Bay, he was taken straight to Central Police Station, where he was booked in the cells. And the actual booking, the digital booking, was done by the report office personnel. That vied OB 136-76-2025 at 21:32, and it says that the suspect was placed in cells while appearing normal. And that was captured digitally. So there's no room for human manipulation. It has further been confirmed that before the booking, the report office personnel called the OCS. And it's unfortunate it is being said that Talam, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, is the OCS and not the OSPD. That he declined to book the suspect. Talam is the officer commanding Central Police Station. And from the totality of things, he should be treated as a prime suspect in the matter. So, a question was raised about the whereabouts of the DCI arresting officers. Honorable Chair, I would like to first state that the fact in issue here is what caused and who caused the death of the late Albert Ojwang. We are not talking about the circumstances that led to his arrest from Bungoma. from Homa Bay, Honorable Chair. The arrest was legitimate and it was lawful. And he was arrested for legitimate reasons in view of the complaint and the subsequent revelations by our investigations. So, we know where the DCI officers are. They are actively on duty, Honorable Speaker. And they are available, if required, by IPOA for interrogation, for interview. And Honorable Speaker, if the investigation establishes that they participated in the killing of the deceased, then the law should take its course and suitable action be taken against them. In regard to one Kevin Moinde who was arrested and detained at Kamukunji Police Station, the Inspector General has very, very well elucidated that it is true he was arrested, and we forwarded the file to the DPP, who said that we did not cover certain points. And on the basis of that, he was released unconditionally until such a time when we cover some of the points raised by the ODPP. In regard to the other two, we did not arrest them. We don't know where they are, and we cannot confirm whether they are dead or alive, because these are characters we have never interacted with them at all. Honorable Speaker, it is true that the EACC confirmed the same day that our officers were in Homa Bay. When we are conducting investigations, Honorable Speaker, we task this division of labor. We give the teams specific tasks. We have the action teams. We have the teams that do the interviews, the interrogations, the writing of the correspondences, the compilation of the file. So it is not the same team that collected the correspondence from EACC, the same team that arrested the suspect from Homa Bay. And then finally, there was the aspect of the who deleted the social media account. Honorable Speaker, this issue came after the fact of the murder. And we got this in the social media. And I believe in their investigations, because we are not the ones having the conduct of the investigations. This should be an area that should interest the IPOA team to find out, besides other issues, who actually deleted the social media account and why and when. I think those are issues that can be sufficiently addressed by the IPOA investigations. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I want to rest my submission there unless there's any other question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, IG. Just before you take your seat, the question as to why the young man was arrested in Homa Bay, not charged in Homa Bay, but transferred all the way to Nairobi, was asked to the IG. His response was that the crime was committed in Nairobi. That was the response of the IG. There's some questions was directed to you, DCI, and this was your response, that the crime under the Cyber Crime Act is a crime of a national jurisdiction, meaning it can be tried anywhere. If indeed that is the case, having arrested this young man in Homa Bay with a crime of national jurisdiction, why was he brought to Nairobi?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. When we are making the decision to determine where to take a suspect, there are several variables that we consider. One is the logistics and the investigation convenience. If we say that we take him to a court in Homa Bay, and majority of the witnesses are in Nairobi, the forensic lab evidence is in Nairobi, the complainant is in Nairobi. So because of that, and because of the logistic reasons, that's why sometimes we find it more convenient to have the suspect charged here in Nairobi instead of wasting a lot of resources going to Homa Bay. And that is provided for in our service standing orders, Honorable Speaker.
Let's hear IPO. You may take your seat, DCI.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was asked 4 questions, and the first one was from the Leader of Majority on the status of the young man as he left Homa Bay to Nairobi. And Honorable Speaker, the documents that we have obtained from Central Police Station, which include the OB, indicate that he was booked in as of good health. We also have the statements from the 5 arresting officers, the DCI officers, who alleged that he spoke to the wife before he was booked in. And in regard to that, we have written to Safaricom to be able to obtain the call log to verify whether it's true he spoke to the wife at the same time. And also, once we have the family statements, which are meant to be taken tomorrow, the same indication will come out clearly. The other thing that would have shown his condition clearly, Chair, is the CCTV, which in our report we have indicated was tampered with. And from the forensic report, the forensic experts that we have at the authority, it's very clear that the CCTV was working, because the first thing the forensic expert and the investigating officer noted when they got into Central Police was that the power was not connected to the power cable of the CCTV was not connected to the socket. But on connecting it, the CCTV came back. But on trying to review the previous day's events, there was nothing. So it is very clear that the CCTV was tampered with. And we have referred the same to an expert to be able to retrieve the data. And on whether the retrieval will be successful will depend on if it was the hard disk that was removed or was just erased. So we are waiting for that, Honorable Speaker. There was also a question on the police stations which have CCTV. On the judgment of one Judge Ogola, he gave recommendations to us and also to the IG on the importance of having CCTVs at the cells. And we are pursuing that. And there was also a recommendation from, I think, LSK on the same. So we are pursuing that, and we have also done inspections and written recommendations to the IG on that. And I want to commend the IG because during his interrogation for the job, he spoke of the importance of having officers having body cams as they do their work. This would also be an avenue where we would have seen what really transpired. So I believe these are some of the reviews and some of the reforms that we would want to see NPS taking up. The other question was on the officers who are interdicted, what we are doing about them as an authority. And I had indicated in my report that the 6 officers were to report today for statement writing at the authority headquarters. And during lunchtime, I've confirmed they have reported and their statements were being taken. 8 of them, including the OCS, had already taken the statements. So of the 6, the authority saw 9 more, 11 more being persons of interest who are officers who are also around in the central police station, and they'll also be taken in for for statement writing. There was also a question on how long we think as an authority we can give the same case to ODPP for prosecution. Honorable Speaker, with deliberation with my team, our legal team and our investigators, if we are given less than 10 days, we will be able to have all the reports ready, given that we have around 4 or 5 things that we need to conclude. And Honorable Chair, we had given, we had a bill in front of this House through JILAC, that is Honorable Sigei's committee, on powers to arrest and prosecute. There was a question on why the officers have not been arrested. So these are still powers that we are seeking as an authority, because if given these powers, we'll be able to arrest and also prosecute. Immediately we are done with our investigation. And Honorable Speaker, we are committed. As the CS said, nobody is above the law. Our act as IPOA gives us mandate and powers to summon anyone, including the IG, for statement taking. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Let us hear from the National Police Service Commission. Let him say for the record.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't think there was a question directed to the National Police Service Commission, but I just want to say two things. On the issue that has been alluded by the CS Interior and even the IG himself, we have had situations where the IG wants to do promotions, but officers have not undertaken the requisite career progression courses. And when the CS says there is more need to try and pool resources so that these trainings can be facilitated. And finally, that we are in discussions. It's the National Police Service Commissions which approves the curriculum, and therefore with all the other stakeholders, once it is developed, then it is the mandate of the Commission to approve that curriculum if there are new changes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Now, once Senator Sige, you have the floor, you will seek that and ask your question, because you are doing the second round of questions. Now, honorable senators, if you can be direct to the questions, we'll save a lot of time. I am persuaded to put a time within which to ask your question. So within a maximum of 3 minutes. A maximum of 3 minutes. If you want to make a speech, you'll need 5. But if you need to ask clarification, 3 should be enough. Senator Ali Roba. Senator Ali Roba.
Thank you very much.
Senator Ali Roba, just take your seat. I remember that Senator Nyutu had not concluded when we adjourned. So conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take under 1 minute. I was stood down by the point of order by Majority Leader. And my last question actually was to IPOA. And I wanted to ask them how safe they are investigating people who have power to arrest and carry firearms. And Mr. Speaker, because I say this because Lawyer Willie Kimani was doing exactly what IPOA does, and he lost his life. So what is the security guarantee for IPOA. And DIG did not get my question, Mr. Speaker. He's saying that I claimed that investigation about this death has been speedy. I was talking about investigation about the claim made by DIG Lagat. It was speeded up. That is what I meant. And finally, to CS Murkomen, he said, he quoted 245. Why we are demanding that DIG Lagat steps aside, it is because he is a police officer and this matter revolves around him. So you cannot liken this to a complaint that is made by a senator or somebody else. This is a police officer who can interfere and who can command even people, the officers that are investigating. So it needs to be made clear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Crystal Asige.
That's very brilliant.
Thank you, Speaker. The clarification that I sought, which is not part of my 3 minutes, I hope, Speaker, was that the question was asked of whether Albert Ojwang was alone or with others in the cell. And the IG said that that would be answered by the DCI and or IPOA, and neither of them answered that question. So that was the clarification that I was seeking. And it was further highlighted by Senator Mandago, who said that there is a detainee witness statement that IPOA took that would probably shed light on whether he was alone or with others. That is the clarification. My first question, Speaker. Who issued, this is to DCI, who issued the orders for Albert to be driven from Homa Bay all the way to Nairobi? I would like to know who issued the particular instruction for that to happen and not to process him in Homa Bay. Next, the DIG personally, we have been informed, recorded a complaint. And who took down that complaint? I would like to know from the DCI as well. And who else recorded a statement in support of the allegations made by the DIG? That is also to DCI. Next is to the IG. I know that the IG Speaker already has said that many of the questions will be answered or will be revealed once investigations are complete, but this one perhaps he can answer directly. This is to the IG. You said in your first media brief that the cause of death was that he hit his head on the wall, Albert. And you've just clarified that that was wrong information given to you by the primary report by an officer. Who was this officer who gave you this false information that you then issued in your first media briefing that misled the country as of the cause of death? That is what I want to know. And the reason I ask this is because if someone saw and alleged that he had repeatedly hit his head on the walls.
Senator Tobiko. Okay, Senator Asige, don't worry, I'll take care of that. Just have your seat. Senator Tobiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief because a number of questions that I had have already been answered in the process. Mr. Speaker, because the DCI said the crime was perpetrated in Nairobi, that's why the suspect was brought to Nairobi. Yet cybercrime, social media, including X-Space, is not necessarily domiciled in Nairobi. It is still baffles, Mr. Speaker, why the suspect was brought to Nairobi. But now that that happened, and he seems to have paid for his crime through his life. What then, Mr. Speaker, will be the recourse for a murder of this young man who has been murdered by the police? What will then be, the recourse for the family and for Kenyans in general, Mr. Speaker? because there seems to be a crime on top of another crime, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had also wanted, but the lady from IPOA has responded, I had wanted to know whether the interdicted officers have recorded their statements and what is the account of the account of the deceased since he was brought to the station. What was his situation when he was brought to the station? But she said those statements were being taken today in the afternoon. So maybe that we will get to know later on. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to know whether the officers at the station, that is the report office, the cell sentry, record at the OB, if they clearly stated the status or the health situation of the deceased before he was booked in. Mr. Speaker, it is also of interest to this House to know how many hours it took to pick Mr. Ojwang from his home to, what was the name of that police station? The first police station. Mawega. And then from Mawega to Nairobi. How many hours? Because that seems to have had so many hours in between, so that we know whether that is normal or whether there was a detour to some other place before he was finally booked into Nairobi. And then, Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to know the normal situation. Do police arrest to investigate, or they investigate, forward the case to ODPP, then the DPP recommends the arrests? What is the normal situation, Mr. Speaker?
Senator Muma. Senator Muma.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be very quick. First, policy questions to the CS. CS, whatever you might call law or policy in Kenya, it would seem it doesn't work for police excesses. But in your speech, you seem to suggest that currently we are out of the woods on matters police excesses. I would want to ask, do you have any policy review proposals around issues of abductions and extrajudicial killings? Secondly, what is your view about commissions of inquiry and inquests as tools that would be used to investigate police excesses? Finally, for you, does the police have any curriculum on human rights approaches to service delivery? CS, that is different from human rights. Human rights approaches is about how you apply human rights in service delivery. For the IG, DCI, IPOA, severally and together, first, the offense of publication. Why did you not, or why do you not consider inviting the person you think has offended to come to the police station for you to ask them questions? Why do you need to deploy a whole vehicle, and you're complaining about resources, all the way to arrest one person? Secondly, IG, it will be good for you to confirm that what your communication director issued, I don't think it's reached even 2 minutes, please. What your communication director issued is actually, I want you to confirm again that it was a false statement that he issued. Thirdly, does IPOA have an independent forensic lab where you're going to carry your...
Senator Kenywa.
Asanti, Bwana Spika. Swali langu ni kwa DIG Kanja. Ninauliza ya kwamba kwa sababu walipomfikisha Albert Ojwang walipomfikisha pale Central Police Station, tayari yule ambaye ni afisa mkuu wa pale katika ile police station ambaye anaitwa Talam hakuwako. Inasemekana alipigiwa simu kuulizwa kama atakubali yule Albert Ojwang aweze kuwekwa katika ile seli. Ni utaratibu wa katika polisi zetu, yeye afisa ambaye anasimamia station awe akiulizwa kama mtu yoyote ambaye analetwa katika police station awekwe ndani au la. Hilo ndi swali langu la kwanza. Swali la pili, ya kwamba hawa maafisa ambao walikuwa pale ikiwemo Talam tayari wamesimamishwa kazi. Na Talam hakuwa katika, yeye makosa yake ni kuwa yeye ndiye afisa mkuu katika ile police station ya Central. Tutafika mwisho wapi kuwasimamisha watu kazi? Kwa sababu kulingana na mwendo huo afisa mkuu wa polisi wa Nairobi, kwa sababu ako na mamlaka, anapaswa kusimamishwa kazi. Siye huyo peke yake, afisa mkuu wa polisi katika Jamhuri ya Kenya anapaswa kusimamishwa kazi. Kabla tufike hapo, naibu wa Inspector General anapaswa kusimamishwa kazi. Kutoka pale, waziri wa usalama rafiki Profesa Kipchumba Murkomen anapaswa kusimamishwa kazi ama kujiondoa, ndio tuweze kuonyesha ya kwamba mwisho wetu ni wapi. Kwa sababu ikiwa huyu afisa Talam atasimamishwa kazi kwa sababu yeye ni afisa tu mkuu na hakuhusika moja kwa moja, unasema ya kwanza hata alipigiwa simu hakuwa katika police station kuulizwa. Ikiwa makosa yake ni kwa sababu ni mkuu, basi moja kwa moja inamaanisha mtu yoyote ambaye anahusika, afisa yoyote anahusika, anapaswa kuchukuliwa hatua. Na mimi Bwana Spika, zoezi hili kwangu naona tusilifanye tu ili ni zoezi lisilo na maana yoyote, tumalize siku ya leo alafu tuende nyumbani. Ni mpaka tupate majibu, wale ambao wamehusika wachukuliwe hatua za kisheria. Nashukuru Bwana Spika.
Senator Beatrice Kenya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my first question is, on this famous call, there's been an emphasis on a call that was made to the wife. And in some background, we've always known that people who are going to die, to be hanged, who are facing the hangman, they're always given what they want. Was this a prelude? Why is this emphasis on the call to the wife? Was Ojwang being given an opportunity to talk to his better half, knowing what would happen the next level? And two, to all the officers that have taken oath from the CS, IG, DCI, NPC, and IPOA, and I know you are parents, what message, each one of you, given an opportunity, would you give to the family of Ojwang publicly? A message or an advice, one by one. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, to the CS, what is the motive of this murder? It is a coincidence to me that we are just coming from a Madaraka celebration in Homa Bay. Why this murder at the time it happened? CS, are we able to get deeper and get a motive? Did we rub somebody or some group the wrong way so that they had to get this death to Homa Bay? And lastly, to the IG, what is your take on Hammurabi laws? An eye for an eye. Thank you.
Senator Ali Roba.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
All the honorable senators are rising on a point of clarification. So immediately Senator Ali Roba is done, you'll take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to now, Mr. Speaker, can I be heard in silence, please? Mr. Speaker, mine is just a very simple question. Part of it was answered by IPOA when she responded to the questions. But the last part that I want to ask, coupled with a short statement, is that now in processing the persons that have become persons of interest from the time you've taken over this process of investigation, have you exhausted in terms of these persons of interest? What is not adding up for me is where a DIG raises a complaint against a suspect, and that process is undertaken through DCI by the suspect being processed, picked from his house, booked at intermediary police station near the home, brought to Nairobi and booked in a cell, and then the suspect is killed in the ward. You know, what is not adding up for me is that, you know, whereas the situation is extremely tense, there is a position of preconceived conviction before the investigation has been completed, which we need to really go deeper into investigating. It's not adding up. You don't point fingers at you every step along the way that you are the suspect. You are the suspect until the killing happens. So my cautionary statement is that can we broaden our investigation in order to make sure that we don't narrow down just on the basis of the fact that they are pointers rather than conclusions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Hezana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, let me convey my deepest condolences to the father and family of the late Ojwang. And Mr. Speaker, the cost of death is very expensive, and every death is every life is very precious. We go through this every day in Samburu County. Our people have been murdered like flies, and it has become the norm. Only that we are a minority in this country, and the only weapon we have to defend our people is the Constitution of Kenya. And I wish that the same Constitution is respected by everybody in this country, no matter what community or region you come from. Just the other day in Homa Bay, we were having jubilations, and as a young citizen, I was so happy that finally we have a regime that is considering every part of this country, especially the forgotten parts of this country. And I had a hope for me and my fellow youth that finally we will have a country where development will not be discriminated to specific regions because of population. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution is a double-edged sword, and it's a protecting tool for everybody, regardless of which position you hold, where you come from. And as legislators, we are here to protect the law and the people we represent equally. Every citizen has a right to a fair hearing, and evidence is very crucial in establishing the culprits. I am not a lawyer, but they say that you are innocent until you're proven guilty. What baffles me is how suddenly Homa Bay is weeping after just having jubilations the other day. And now the whole country is like weeping with Homa Bay. That is so sad. Mr. Speaker, I have had the IPOA, and my question is directed to them, saying that the CCTVs were tampered with. I would like to ask, if the CCTV can be tampered within an institution that is supposed to protect us and ensure security in this country, then which place is safe in this country? Because I can assure you Samburu was not until a few months ago. In the case of tampering of the CCTV and evidence, what usually does IPOA do to make sure that there is a fair hearing to both parties? And while at it, I beg everybody to reason with sobriety and stop blame games, because that's why we are legislating.
Senator Mofire.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to send my deepest condolences on my behalf and the behalf of Naraka County. Honorable Speaker, it is very painful, sad and regrettable that a young soul has died in the hands of the very people and institutions that are supposed to protect lives. Honorable Speaker, I'm speaking on behalf of thousands of Kenyans that the most mentioned person in this saga is Mr. Ariel Lagat, a senior police officer, actually the second most powerful policeman in this country. The general mood in the country, Honorable Speaker, is that Mr. Lagat is an accomplice in the whole murder saga. So I'm seeking to get answers from the IPOA and the Commissioner of Police and the DCI. What steps do we expect your good office and that of IPOA and the IG to address concerning and make sure that the millions of Kenyans are being addressed this matter? Number two, Honorable Speaker, many Kenyans have the view that the suspended police officers is a cover-up. Is it possible for you to parade these officers before this house to hear their side of the story? Thank you.
Senator Oburu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, many questions have been asked by my colleagues and many questions have been answered. So I will be very brief. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know whether there are laws which only apply to the ordinary Kenyans and they don't apply to the high in society. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking this question because the director of CID has told us here the way they investigated, and they were investigating based on complaint from the deputy IG. And that complaint from the deputy IG led them to go into great details of a so-called cybercrime, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering whether if an ordinary Kenyan went to complain about a cybercrime, anything would be done. Me, I have complained, I have been defrauded of money. Did this young man defraud anybody of anything? Or was he just an ordinary blogger? I've complained when I've been defrauded cybercrime and the police take no action. They don't take them seriously, Mr. Speaker. Are there laws which are meant for others and not for others? Mr. Speaker, as politicians, are we treated differently? These bloggers, this boy is just a blogger. He was defaming somebody. For us, we are defamed every day, Mr. Speaker. We are defamed on a daily basis. And there is not treated as a crime. And if somebody thinks making me famous, it is making making me more famous by raising those issues. So I don't mind, Mr. Speaker. But when does he want to tell us that the whole process of going to Homa Bay, doing the so-called thorough investigations, that the complainant himself, who is the second in command of police, was completely innocent. He was just standing by and watching. He didn't know what was happening. That is just an innocent complainant like any other Kenyan. Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that the deputy IG was an innocent complainant like any other. And his role must be investigated in this matter. The small man at the police station in Central Police Station, that is a very small person, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Lelegwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Vice Chairperson of IPOA, Anne Mwangi, just informed the House that the CCTV footage or CCTV itself at the Central Police Station was interfered with. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the IG. What measures will you take to preserve and review the CCTV footage, cell records, duty rosters, and visitors' logs from the time Mr. Ojwang was in custody? Lastly, to the IG, whether there is an existing or planned national database to publicly track and report deaths in police custody. Thank you.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like, just on the same note, the digital logs entered during the last 5 days of the CCTV at Central Police Station, names of officers with digital credentials, rights of those that can delete, the CCTV footage, because it cannot be done by anyone. And then names of officers that entered their credentials to delete records on the day of the death, and then names of officers that entered their credentials or delete records or soon after the transfer of the deceased to Bagathi Hospital. Mr. Speaker, that information should be available from that platform. And how sure are they that he wasn't under threat?
Honorable Senators, may the Senator from Makueni be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know what happened about the communication to spouse? Was it not under duress, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker, on that particular issue, how sure is IPOA or any investigator that Albert did not arrive at Central Police Station already injured, and then he's booked in, and then he worsens and passes away, and without investigating the DCI officers, you go on to condemn the police officers, yet this person may have come there already injured? Was it established that by any medical person before he's booked in his status, or was it just by looking, with the eyes? And then finally, to the Honorable Murkomen, are you aware that there's no policy in your ministry which has gone through this Parliament so that it becomes a policy? Because without bringing your policies to Parliament, they are null and void. And very finally, on you, are you aware the so-called police standing orders? They fall under regulations and they are expired, and you have not bothered as a lawyer to bring them here so that we may renew them. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Seki.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to direct my question to the IG and the CS. Honorable Speaker, somebody had just asked about the fairness of the officers who have been given interdiction. But there is one officer who was adversely mentioned in this issue. And for fairness of civil servants, not because somebody is running an office and is senior in that position, I still and strongly believe that Langat, DIG, must be interdicted to await the IPOA verdict, Honorable Speaker. And this question must be brought, that fairness must be brought by the IG and the CS, rather than escaping because somebody is holding a big office and yet is just equal like any other officer who have been interdicted. The same law, the same regulation, the same public act is the one that works to all the civil servants. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Betty Montet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is simple, and I'm going to direct it to the DCI. From the little I know, because I've never been on the wrong side of the law, is that if a suspect is brought in by the DCI, they are booked in the OB by the DCI, and they are the only officers who can come and remove that person. My question is, who is the DCI officer who booked Albert at Central Police Station? Who is the officer at Central Police Station who had the keys to the cells? Who did the officer give the keys to so that Albert can be harmed? And who is the investigating officer in the CID department? Thank you.
Senator Wakili Sigei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first of all want to join the rest of my colleagues in sending my deepest condolence to the family of the late Ojwang. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, questions have been asked and answers have been given. The importance of this session, Mr. Speaker, is underscored by the fact that we did suspend our normal business for purposes of this particular inquiry. I am, however, of the very critical concern that it should not be lost in us that this is a preliminary process. The investigation reports so far received from among the officers, whether from the office of the DCI or the IPOA, is that preliminary. It's true that we have got various parties. We have got those who are being investigated, we've got those who are being suspected, and we still expect so much to come, to the extent that I would hope, even as we make the questions and statements we are making, we are not doing that for the sake of doing it, because this calls for much more than just the questions we are asking the IG or IPOA to give us responses to. My question, which is of a greater concern, is to the IPOA, that is the institution which will carry a heavy load in this particular investigation. I am, of course, not very happy that the chairperson of that institution found it very important to be engaged in some other engagements other than this, which is very important today. We have not been explained to what is that which is very important that took him away from being in this house today. I tend to believe that the team that is presently here will take the investigations and the questions that have been asked as critical and as important as it is, notwithstanding the absence of the chairperson. They have asked for a period of 10 days within which they would conduct investigations. How I wish that could be less than the 10 days they are asking, and the commitment hasn't come from their end, so that even as Kenyans complain, even as Kenyans raise concern about the death of Ojwang, and the rest of us have suspended our business, we needed less than the period they are asking in order to get to the bottom of this investigation and to tell Kenyans the truth. This is not the time, Mr. Speaker, to make very popular statements. It might sell today, but are we dealing with it in posterity? That should be the question we should ask ourselves, even as we interrogate and as we ask the answers from the entities who are present this afternoon. Thank you.
Senator Professor Margaret Kamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I also didn't get an opportunity yesterday, so I would like to join colleagues in passing my deepest condolences to the family of Ojwang. Mr. Speaker, losing a child is never easy and was still an only child. It was very painful to all of us. Mr. Speaker, I only have one question to IPOA. Now that the autopsy results have come out and suicide has been ruled out, IPOA has mentioned to us that they have been taking statements since morning. What is the breaking news since morning? Do we know any leads, because the country is listening to us. We have kept the minister, we have kept everybody here, but there are people who have been doing investigations. Have people been arrested? Have they been arrested? What is the current situation? Because, Mr. Speaker, the public have always been accusing us that when a senior person dies, the security system moves very fast. We need to know as of now, between yesterday when suicide was put aside, was ruled out, what exactly is going on as we are in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator for Nandi County.
Finally, Chair, Mangetuji Taran, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the following questions. One to the IG and DCI. CCTV, we need to do the CCTV of Central Police Station. They are said has been tampered with. We need accountability from 9 p.m. Saturday, 7th June 2025 to 8 June 2025, 4 a.m. Sunday. And yet in the records of OB, occurrence book, it says Albert was booked at 3:45 a.m., 2:35 a.m., and he was dead by 3:45, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, to the CS, you flew to Nandi a few weeks ago when Father Albert Alois Cheruiyot Bates was killed. You told the family you know the killers. People have been ill in Angata Baragoi. People have been killed, Father Maina. Mr. Speaker, when you read Article 245 and 240, the Ministry of Interior suffers from leadership crisis. And it is good the nation has seen the incompetence of CS Murkomen on this matter. And if anybody has to resign, we must start with the Cabinet Minister Murkomen, Mr. Speaker, because that is where the buck stops with, Mr. Speaker. And I want to tell you, Murkomen we have today is different. Abraham Lincoln said, if you want to know the true test of a man, give him power and money. All of us can withstand adversity, Mr. Speaker. And the CS must tell this nation, because I heard he has a wrong assertion that he's barely in office 6 months. Does he need 10,000 years to make change in this country, Mr. Speaker? Finally, he has not presented any policy on police brutality as per Article 245 and 240, Mr. Speaker. I think it is a high time that the President must do a reshuffle, take the Cabinet Minister of Interior back to sports, because he like lettering Muchezo in the business that we are discussing about this country, Mr. Speaker. And we will not sit and allow this to happen, Mr. Speaker. Everybody must be held to accountable, Mr. Speaker, and there is no law. Mr. Speaker, is PS, and I want to find out from him, is PS Omolo, when Ongondawere was killed, he used to give blow-by-blow information. What is happening to Albert Ojwang? What is happening to Father Alois Cheruiyot Bates? What is happening to Angata Baragoi who was killed, Mr. Speaker? He must be held accountable. If he doesn't want to be held accountable, let him take a walk, Mr. Speaker. So my questions are to the CS and the question to IG and DCI, Mr. Speaker, so that we, and being a guest of most of these cells, I have slept in them, Mr. Speaker. And I don't fear to sleep in it in future, because I know how to maneuver myself. The only danger is I might be killed. But what I want to find out from these police cells that we're having, is it have CCTV cameras in most of these, Mr. Speaker? Are they introducing CCTV cameras to all police cells across the country? Or is there a slow modus operandi that shows that you can be arrested in Nandi, the way I was driven for 4 hours, and that day I never got even a soda.
Senator Hamida.
Asante Bwana Spika. Waswahili wanasema mkuki kwa nguruwe, kwa mwanadamu uchungu. Watoto sio Albert peke yake, lakini watoto wengine pia wa watu wamefariki. Huu ni mwezi wa akili, wanaita mental health. Nashindwa kama wazazi wa Albert wamezungumziwa. Wazazi wa Albert, kama serikali imeweza kuwafikia kweli, kuwasemesha na kujua kuwa kuwapatia imani na mtoto wao. Ya kwanza ni kuuliza kwa IPOA, mumeweza kuchukua statement kutoka kwa IG Langat? Yeye ameshaandikisha statement, na mpaka sasa mbona hatujapata kitu chochote kile kimeshikanisha na mtu yoyote? Na Mheshimiwa Were, kweli alifariki, lakini na siku mbili tulipata wanaitwa nani, washukiwa wakuu, lakini leo mpaka saizi ya Albert bado hajapatikana. Nashindwa. Na ya pili ni kuwa Albert alipewa nafasi ya kukutana na wakili wake, hata kuzungumziwa, manake yeye alikuwa na nafasi ya kupewa nafasi na wakili, awe na wakili wake. Alipewa nafasi ya kukutana na mtu yoyote. Albert ameshikwa siku moja, na hiyo siku kila kitu kikaendelea. Akafa, akagongwa hiyo siku na akafa hiyo siku, na imethibitishwa kuwa kutoka kwa IPOA kuwa Albert hakujinyonga, Albert hakujiua, Albert aliuliwa. Hii damu ya Albert na hii machozi ya wazazi wa Albert itadhulumu kila mtu yule alipatikana na hiyo mambo. Na leo tusifiche, leo tuweke mambo paruanja kwa mtoto yule amefariki. Leo ni Albert wa mtu mwingine na kesho ni wenyu. Kwa hivyo tunaomba haya mambo yawe wazi. Kwa hivyo tunataka kujua statement ya IG Langat imeandikwa ama haijaandikwa, na kwa nini imechukua nafasi hii na time hii yote mpaka sasa hatujapewa kitu chochote, yani wazi kuwa ameshikwa ama ameambiwa chochote. Tunaomba kingine tena ni kuwa wazazi wa Albert wafikiwe kwa leo, wazungumziwe na waambiwe kinaga ubaga ni nini. Babake Albert analia, nasema huyo mtoto ni mkono mmoja tu, ni jicho moja tu. Kwa hivyo leo mtamcompensate nini wazazi wa Albert? Langu ni hilo tu.
Senator Mundigi.
Asante Bwana Spika. Na tunajua kila station iko na askari, na kila dakika kidogo kama watu wengine wanakuwa pale, kwa hiyo station haivungangwi. Wale askari walikuwa wanalinda hiyo station. Kenya ING, wakati ulikuja hapa tulikupitisha na tukajua utarainisha upande wa ulinzi. Kila sub county ulikuta watu wa guidance and counseling wangapi? Kwa sababu tunajua askari wengine wako na ni kama wengine ni watu wa kunywa pombe, na wale watu wanaenda kushika kule masinani ni watu ambaye waro chavu. Tunataka kujua ulikuta watu wa guidance and counseling wangapi, na pia umeongezea wangapi? Ya mwisho, ING moja na deputy ING. Speaker, aulisangu swali. Hiyo swali nataka Senate nijibu. Wakati watu walikuwa kuitwa hapa wakuja hapa, ule mwenyewe deputy ING aliwaswa wapi ndio atuelezee ni nini ilikuwa inaendelea, kwa sababu yende ikawa sio ING avai kujibu ile maswali iko hapa yote.
Senator Richard Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say, number one, this is a sad event. The young man was not transported from Homa Bay on any other day. The family said he was picked on the 6th, and on the 7th he died. There's a letter that I want the IG to look at that you give as a press conference, where you said that the gentleman was actually picked and he did not go to Central Police directly. He was kept at the DCI offices. The letter exists, you can refer to it. The DCI denied that the gentleman was not taken to their offices. My honest observation is this: our country has got issues. Right now we can try and sanitize where we are. These events they are sequential. If many of you in this house can remember, there was a lady called Njeri, a blogger. She was picked up. If people had not made noise about her, she would most probably be dead. Gentlemen who did the BBC documentary were arrested. Up to now, we don't know whether their case is in court or not. Then this young man dies. And of course, many of you have talked about Ongondowere's case, which is now a good case of the government getting involved. We have lost so many Gen Z. You remember the dam where these kids were being dumped? Yeah, I hear many people talk about Yala. Forget about that. Let's bring an inquest, an inquiry to this house to investigate whether it is from Yala all the way up to every single person who was killed. These children have never been compensated. These children have never been talked to. Their families are treated like rubbish, and we are very comfortable. I know after this thing is held here today, everybody's going to go home, and it's going to be business as usual. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Senator Morango.
Najua kutangulia chanoni kuzindi tonge. Kwa hivyo walionitangulia wameuliza maswali mengi muhimu. Mr. Speaker, swali langu litaenda kwa IPOA. Niwaulize katika uchunguzi wao mahali wamefikisha hadi sasa, mshukiwa Albert Ojwang mmepata kama alikuwa peke yake katika ile seli aliwekwa ama walikuwa na wenzake? Hilo ndilo swali langu la kwanza. Na la pili ni kwamba katika kanuni za kushughulikia wafungwa ambayo tumepewa leo na IG, linasema kwamba mshukiwa anafaa kuwa na uhakiki wa kiafya kwamba ako katika afya nzuri kabla kana alikuwa sawa kabla kuingia. Swali lingine, na ameomba msamaha kwa
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in conveying my sincere message of condolences to the family of the late Ojwang. Honorable Speaker, I also want this commission, which reforms are they prepared to put in place to restore the confidence to Kenyans that police stations or police cells can be the centers of reform rather than sites of terror? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I say that indeed it was a very, very sad incident to lose a life in a police station. Honorable Speaker, I have only about 2 questions to the IG. On the matter of the CCTV, Honorable Speaker, we would like to know where is the control center of that CCTV. Is it at the Central Police Station? Is it at Vigilance House? Is it at the Regional Police Commander's office? Where is the control of the CCTV to the extent that it was switched off before that incident? Honorable Speaker, finally, let me also say that as a Senate and as a House, Honorable Speaker, I don't think in this session we were inviting the team here so that we can gather evidence, pass a judgment, and sentence those who seem or we think they are accused. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this. There have been calls of resignations for the DIG or stepping aside, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, when it is being said by senators who have also been once arrested, and since they were arrested, Honorable Speaker, and they were asked not to contest, they would say, we are innocent until we are proven guilty. Honorable Speaker, how then do we expect the DIG, whose the investigation are still ongoing, He has not been taken to a court of law. And all of a sudden, we have a chorus that, Honorable Speaker, they should resign. Honorable Speaker, I also want to ask the IG whether the investigations under IPOA are also being extended, especially to those political groupings, Honorable Speaker, who have been saying, you are playing with fire. There will be Arab Springs. Honorable Speaker, what makes us think that they are not behind this process to actualize the Arab Spring they are perceiving and trying to conceive in their minds, Honorable Speaker? There is need to widen the investigation so that probably those opportunists who would want to use such incidences, Honorable Speaker, to pursue a political agenda, they must also be cut to size, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, finally, let me say that it is not also proper, Honorable Speaker, when we use the floor of the House, Honorable Speaker, to also make sweeping accusations because of the privileges we have as a House on the officers, even on the officers or the team that has appeared here, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker,
Senator Chute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to refer you to our Constitution, Article 26, 1 and 2. 1 says very clearly, every person has the right to life. 2 says that the life of a person begins at conception. Article 29, every person has the right to freedom and security of the person, which includes the right not to be, on D, subject to torture in any manner, whether physical or psychological. Honorable Speaker, last week we lost 4 people in Loyangalani. 2 of them are between 19 and 20, and 2 others are between 35 and 75. A police officer, OCS, Honorable Speaker, I really condole Safaricom to come before this House and tell us what is going on. Number 2, this is a request for that person to appear before a police officer. Why do you go all the way to Homa Bay to arrest an individual for just a minor case? Why don't you ask him to come and report to the nearest police station? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Karungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just to feel a bit safe, I think the Sergeant at Arms should be close to me, owing to the fact the gentleman behind me ordered my arrest a few months ago. Mr. Speaker, the question is not what Ojwang did. The question is, why did they kill Ojwang? Mr. Speaker, we have told that he was brought to Nairobi because the crime was committed in Nairobi. Is social media Nairobi, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, why was Ojwang grilled at the comfort of the DIG office at Vigilance House rather than Kiambu Road DCI headquarters where they do all these kind of investigations? We were told here by the IG himself he was taken to Vigilance House. Mr. Speaker, who ordered the arrest because I think that one has not been put clearly here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and just to advise the Senator of Garissa, before he lectures again, it took the death of the firstborn of Pharaoh for Pharaoh to let the Israelites go. It has taken the death of Ojwang for us to confide together and say we have to fight this to the end. He's a martyr, Mr. Speaker. And so we must say as the Senate, no one else should die. Mr. Speaker, no one else. And if anybody dies at the hands of the police or anybody else, Mr. Speaker, don't bury them, Mr. Speaker. The family should not bury them. We should be going to every police station, Mr. Speaker, to tell them that you killed this man, we need justice. Even Ojwang should not be buried, Mr. Speaker. He shouldn't be buried until we get justice, Mr. Speaker. My question to CS Murkomen: who is killing us? Who is killing Kenyans? Who is killing the youth? If you do not have that answer, Bona CS, because 4 years ago on the floor of this house, you said, let us not sacrifice Kenya. We are not going to sacrifice Kenya, but we must sacrifice someone who is in line from the DCI, IG, the DIG, even the CS. So propose to us who should step down on this issue. At least justice to be done and also to be seen to be done, Mr. Speaker. And as I rest my case, the officers who arrested Mr. Ojwang, Mr. Speaker, all the way from Homa Bay, it seems they were an okay officer. They were fine. They were giving him the phone, talk to your family, talk to your friend. They even a clip that is online. So it seems those officers were doing their work. We need to find out, after he arrived in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, who did what?
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to associate myself fully with the statements done by Senator for Garissa. Honorable Speaker, those of us from North Drift, we have suffered for so long, and I wish the media could have helped us and highlighted the way we are doing this, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have three questions. Question number one to the DCI. How is Chief Inspector Talam a main suspect, as you have alleged, and you have told us Talam was not in the police station during this particular period when Kajwang was brought to Central Police Station? Second, Honorable Speaker, I want to find out from the IG. I don't know if there is harmony in the senior rank of National Police Service, from the IG all the way, because I'm suspecting they could have used this opportunity that was a complaint raised by DIG Langat to settle some scores, because we know in the next 1 or 2 years there's going to be succession in the National Police Service. Third, Honorable Speaker, is to CS Murkomen. You have heard from my colleagues here that cybercrime is not really a very serious crime. There is an opportunity for you to have a policy where those who are suspected to have done cybercrime to be invited to go to police stations instead of being looked for. Because I expected the DCI to have used the same resources they did and went to Homa Bay to look for those who killed Father Lois. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Essie Okenyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I wish to say that the issue of Ojwang is a very emotive issue because, Mr. Speaker, we have spoken about every other thing, but no one is speaking about the young lady wife who's been left behind, the young child. Cabinet Secretary CS Murkomen, I would wish that out of empathy we commit to assisting the young lady and child who's been left behind. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to find out an explanation on the time difference, because on an ordinary day when I leave Kisii for Nairobi, it's less than 4 hours, I'll be in Nairobi. I would wish to have an explanation from the IG on the time difference, between the time Ojwang was picked and his arrival at the Central Police Station to the DCI, what criteria did you use that this is the prime suspect? Because even for the members of the public who viewed the body at the city mortuary, the body does not actually appear fresh, meaning there was quite some time. It's either allegedly the officers at the Central Police were under duress to admit a half-dead person, because the time duration Central Police and the time Ojwang was taken to Mbagathi, it was less than 1 hour Ojwang was declared dead, Mr. Speaker. So I do not wish to ask further questions, Mr. Speaker, but the death of young people like Ojwang, young people like Duke Nyabaro in Kisii, who was found hanging and nothing really happened after that. I hope you are not just going to be emotional and this gathers dust, Mr. Speaker. We need to find why Ojwang, a young man from a peasant family, had to undergo this when they come to the city to try and make a living for themselves, Mr. Speaker. May his soul rest in eternal peace, and so sorry for the family and the people of Homa Bay. Thank you.
Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, we are only listening to one side of the story, Mr. Speaker. So I urge the committee first to listen to the Albert family and to hear more from them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is about cybercrime. Mr. Speaker, cybercrime in Kenya is increasing. So how the DCI, why is it so important for this one to be so crucial up to someone, a young man, lost his life, Mr. Speaker? Does it mean the person who is issued by Albert is holding a big office? That's why he lost his life, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, IPOA listed 5 members of DCI who arrested Albert from Homa Bay, Mr. Speaker. But when it comes to the first prime suspect, why is it not them? Because when the Albert was admitted to central police stations, the OCPD refused to admit because of his health sector, because they said, we cannot admit him until maybe you have to take him to the hospital, Mr. Speaker. Then does it mean that 5 members of police of CIDs for DCI must be the first suspect to be interdicted, Mr. Speaker? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, when IG interdicted the police, Mr. Speaker, why are they not arrested and not put in jail so that the investigation will go on? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mbugua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very quick clarification. First, from the IG, I would want to know the name of the officer and the designation of the officer who found the late Albert Ojwang in the state he was in the cell, for him to be taken to the hospital. And secondly, still to the IG, I would want to tell this House the cell number and the holding capacity of the cell the late Albert Ojwang was in. And finally, I would want you to assure this House and the country at large that junior officers who be involved in who be called to be as witnesses in this matter will not be discriminated, and they will be safe. Thank you, Speaker.
Senator Karen Nyamu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the IG of Police has apologized today for the initial statement, but that initial statement, Mr. Speaker, is tantamount to a cover-up. And we are curious to know on whose behalf was he doing that cover-up. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, when it is a VIP who is subject to investigations, it takes a very short time to have people charged in court. How many police officers were on duty in Central Police that night? Mr. Speaker, I have been held in Central Police cell myself. And so I know at night there's not so many police on duty. How come we don't have all of them taking plea? Where haven't they been charged to date? Because you cannot tell me, such a crime cannot be committed in the ignorance of anyone in that cell. Everyone is what do you call it? Everyone involved one way or another. Another thing, this complacency by the police is giving this government a very bad name. We have a tag on this government as a blood-based government. How many people have been charged with the death of the multiple Gen Zs who have died under this administration? It is not the work of the government to charge, it is the work of the police. Are you also involved in sabotaging our government? We want to know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Asige, I'll give you your minute that you lost when you're asking questions.
Thank you, Speaker, for acknowledging that I had lost a minute. The clerk's table, for some reason, has given every other senator 3 minutes, as you had instructed, but myself, when I stood, I only got 2 minutes, and that is on record. And I'm thankful for the extra minute. Speaker, what I was trying to say as I was concluding is that the IG spoke about a primary report having been the reason why he said the cause of death was suicide by Albert Ojwang. And I wanted to understand who was the person who gave him that primary report, because that might at least shed some light on whether that person, that officer who gave him the false report, is involved in the cover-up and obstructing of justice. And secondly, I wanted to know if this particular investigation is hinged upon one tweet, one post by the complainant. Where is this post? Because none of us have seen it. Can the DCI table that post so that we can analyze its veracity and its authenticity and make sure that it's not AI generated or tampered with in any other way? Thank you.
Now, honorable senators, I will now allow the witnesses led by the CS to respond to the many questions that you've raised. However, before I allow the CS to take to the stand, Senator Karungo Wathangwa, while asking a question, indicated that the IG had said that the young man was interrogated at Vigilant House. I have asked the clerk at the table to confirm from the Hansard whether that is true, and he has indicated to me that that is not true. You may now proceed, CS.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by thanking my colleagues, the senators, for really raising very weighty issues that I have, as I already said, some we have been able to note, some we will get it from the Hansard, and those which are concerning policy issues, Mr. Speaker, will do the proper follow-up. I also would like to say on the floor of this House that considering the number of cases that IPO is being requested to investigate, Mr. Speaker, from a policy perspective, it's important as a country that we give IPO more support in terms of resources and ability to hire more investigators so that these cases are heard and resolved expeditiously, because people are asking this question, Mr. Speaker, how come the one for Honorable Were was handled within a week or so on a shorter time, and how come this one is not moving at the same speed? Mr. Speaker, it must be understood that this is IPO investigating police. On the other incident, it was the police themselves investigating a crime, and therefore the capacity, whereas there are not enough resources on the DCI side, we believe that DCI has a greater capacity than the IPO itself. Therefore, IPO requires some level of support so that this can move expeditiously. The question Kenyans are asking is that, are we treating this case different from those that are affecting persons who are prominent, like a member of parliament and so? And I was saying, Mr. Speaker, it must be seen from the context that for the questions of investigation in Barakoi, for example, Angata Barakoi, Mr. Speaker, for example, and the case of this one for Albert, all of them are by IPO, which has a smaller establishment than the DCI, and therefore the process gets slower. If it was the efficiency and the capacity that the DCI has, it would have moved a little bit faster. Mr. Speaker, very few questions have been raised, but in depth, Senator Muma has asked policy review. I already gave my undertaking already in the House earlier that when I came to office, I have instructed the team in my office to look not just at the law, but also the judicial decisions, including Justice Ogola's decision, Mr. Speaker, to see how we can mainstream them and improve the service standing orders or work on different regulations or establish a new legislation that can be able to fill the gaps. This is not an exercise that is confined only to the ministry, but also we can work to this House. Mr. Speaker, on the Commission of Inquiry and Inquest, I think those are very genuine legal, constitutional parameters that can be used, or instruments actually, that can be used to get to the truth. Where there is doubt that the truth can be found, these mechanisms can be utilized. However, Mr. Speaker, in the situation that we are, I think it's too early, considering that it was only 2 days ago, to pass judgment that IPOA is unable to do these investigations. But should the investigations not bear any fruit, Mr. Speaker, those are instruments that can be considered by this House as ways of investigation. Curriculum, we have the curriculum. We have the curriculum, and as Senator Muma, having my rights-based approach to disseminate it to catch up with the older population that are already been trained. And also the ability for the National Police Service to have continuous training is constrained by resources and facilities. In fact, we might have this discussion another time. You know that all over the country, wherever you go, and for those who have been with me in the Jukwaa la Usalama, you realize that the National Police Service has many issues that needs to be dealt with. A police station, even for a police station to have a CCTV, is just by luck, because some of them don't have OB, some of them don't have furniture, they don't even have a computer. We have shortage of vehicles. We have all many other challenges that this administration realized. That is why there was a police reform committee that was put in place to see how best are we going to enhance. And that's why we're doing procurement now for vehicles. We're trying to do digitalization and digitization, so that if you had the DCI properly, it told you that part of the occurrence book is reported digitally, and that's evidence that cannot easily be erased, not like a book or a paper within the police station. So there's a lot of work that we want to do on digitization and digitalization of the police service. But the challenge we still have is to work on the resource constraint that we have. So police officers are asking for basics: a police station with a cell, a police station with a vehicle. At the moment, OCS is sharing a vehicle with OCPD and so forth. And all this we are working on as a ministry, and this is an area that I put a greater emphasis to see that the police officers are resourced to do their work. Again, on the issue of Senator Beatrice Ogola, I am very clear in my mind. I saw the father of the late Albert Ojwang, and like any other parent, I felt the pain of that parent. And the only possible gift we can give them in the time that they have lost their loved one, and it's even more painful when it's the only child, Mr. Speaker, is to promise them that we will do everything we can and to ensure that justice is done, and to ensure that those who perpetrated this heinous act are put behind bars, Mr. Speaker, so that they can suffer the pain of having inflicted this grievous bodily harm, which eventually resulted in death of Albert Ojwang. Mr. Speaker, that is the little we can give. Of course, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, we are obligated as leaders and also citizens and also within this leadership of this ministry to support their family, like Senator Veronica Maynard asked earlier, so that we, in a small way, we can be able to facilitate and help them to find ways of comforting themselves. But I tell you, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing that compensate the loss of a child. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I with them, and I will do everything as a cabinet secretary to ensure that those who committed this act are brought to justice. Mr. Speaker, she has also asked what's the motive. I think the motive is a subject of investigation. Let's allow the investigation will eventually reveal to us who exactly did it and why, Mr. Speaker. There are many indications, almost like the whole indications show that this is a crime that happened within the police station. Mr. Speaker, if it is confirmed that it happened within the police station, Mr. Speaker, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that those who will be found should be held accountable. But, Mr. Speaker, we must also find resources to expeditiously make our police station safe haven for those who are going there to get justice and particularly to be brought before justice. Mr. Speaker, on Senator Manzo, is raised a very valid question. There are a host of regulations that whose speed was an omnibus extension that happened, but now they has to, as I told you, is the review process for the service standing orders. When eventually the review is done, it will be brought to this House and the National Assembly for purpose of approval. And I agree with you. It is not true that a policy must come here for it to be effective. That's not true. But for a policy to be a sessional paper, it must come to this House and therefore approved by Parliament. But if we want to, it can be adopted by the Cabinet after, and it can still work as a national policy. Mr. Speaker, Seki and all I do not hold a brief to defend or in any way to accuse him. Mr. Speaker, I believe as a lawyer that evidence must lead to the suspect. And Mr. Speaker, when that evidence leads to that suspect, Mr. Speaker, in my office and any other office of government, no one should be able to block any processes of justice. What I hope we cannot do as a nation is that we cannot sanctify a process, a very heinous act that was done by criminals, somehow maybe through even a mob justice, if I put it that way. We cannot sanitize it, Mr. Speaker, by also carrying out mob justice against the other people. We must always, if we are calling for equity, Mr. Speaker, we must come with clean hands. If we are calling for justice, we must be ready to follow the legal processes, Mr. Speaker, so that we can lead us to the response. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chute asked the question of, generally just captured the issue of Marwa is a person known to me personally. I was with him in Marsabit just ago. And Speaker, most of these police officers are suffering. Mr. Speaker, a lot of them are suffering. I went to see some police officers have suffered because of the operations in Boni Forest, protecting our country in the border. Those who are doing a lot of operations in the Kerio Valley region and issues of banditry and the eastern and upper eastern areas. Mr. Speaker, there are many police officers who are sacrificing their time and energy to protect this country. Mr. Speaker, this cannot be a representation of the police officers. There are very few elements in the police office who are errant, who are violating the law, Mr. Speaker, but generalization that the entire 120,000 police officers are all culpable. Speaker, even in the reform process and the work we have been doing, we've been trying to edify and praise those who are doing a good job. Even, Mr. Speaker, as we hand over to a justice system process to those like the ones who have committed this heinous act to be held into account. Senator Tango has asked me, who is killing Kenyans? Mr. Speaker, that is a very good question, but better answered, Mr. Speaker, from an investigation process. Again, when I come back with a statement that was capturing the protests, the deaths that happened in the protests last year, when all of us, including Senator Tangwa and the group, were on one side, I will be. When I do so, we will people who suffered as a result of that protest, Mr. Speaker, and again, we'll be able to know. Let me use this opportunity to enlist already that statement is to our office, Mr. Speaker. The day I will be called again, and we were supposed to interrogate today, but the day I will be called again, we can be able to look at these issues. But, Mr. Speaker, every case is, and Mr. Speaker, every person who is held culpable is brought before justice. Mr. Speaker, Senator Kisang has said true thing that, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that, Mr. Speaker, we deal with banditry. We are doing everything possible. Mr. Speaker, let me say this. The problem of banditry, particularly where Senator Kisang, my home county, Mr. Speaker, and the entire Kerio Valley, has been a problem since 1975. Mr. Speaker, it had been so intensified the last big problem 2 years ago. Mr. Speaker, the statistics I have, and I really challenge anyone to call me to come with the numbers here, is that between January 2020 and June 2024, Mr. Speaker, in comparison to January 2025 and June 2025, we've reduced the incidences of cattle rustling by more than half, Mr. Speaker. That is a tremendous progress. And it is because of police officers who are sacrificing their time and energy to deal with issues of banditry in the Kerio Valley. You heard Senator Ezena speaking here that some time ago, Samburu was terrible. And Mr. Speaker, we are working hard to make sure that we deal with this issue, even as we fight the bigger issue of proliferation of small arms, the access of ammunition from the neighboring countries, porous borders, and all the challenges that we go through. Our police officers are doing everything. And being a person who sat in this chamber again, and I've been challenged and raised serious issues about banditry, Mr. Speaker, I have the responsibility to do everything to make sure that that region, Mr. Speaker, we get rid of bandits, and we are doing so. And therefore, Senator Kisang has referred to the case of Father Alois. Mr. Speaker, there is an ongoing, first let me say this, in Kerio Valley region, the entire belt of the Kerio Valley is now pacified, except a corner in Marakwet where Kisang is talking about between Marakwet, West Pokot, and Baringo in Tiati constituency, and a corner also in Loruk in Baringo County, and then some incidences in Samburu, and a corner also between Samburu and Meru and Isiolo. Mr. Speaker, even the incident that happened in Marsabit was isolated recently. Mr. Speaker, the fact that today the rest of the region is pacified shows the effort that has been put by this administration and our police officers to take care of that region. And that's why when you see some of the leaders who are looking for sound bites and petty comments, Mr. Speaker, they have absolutely nothing. They are lofty statements, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes, big statements, lofty, but have no statistics, have no reference to anything. They have absolutely no reference to the performance of the officers. And Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that some of these critiques that criticize the Cabinet Secretary...
Honorable CS, we will have...
I have the last answer, Mr. Speaker. I still have two more.
Thank you, Honorable CS.
Two more, Mr. Speaker. I was just saying on this particular issue, the good news is that those who are targeting the Cabinet Secretary, at least they have no problem with the IG and National Police Service. So for their political good, if they want to run with my name, they can do so. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of Senator Okinyu, Esther Esi, I want to say that as a ministry, we will extend our hand of support to the family. We will reach out to the widow, Mr. Speaker, the parents, and the extended family to see how best we can work together to support them, Mr. Speaker, at this moment of grief, and to see how we can support them. Speaker, on the question of Senator Nyamu, Mr. Speaker, again, she was raising the same issue about the protests that happened last year and the people who were affected. And I beg your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, to answer that question together with the statement that was already before this House. Mr. Speaker, Senator Cherege has continuously continued with his song of the minister must resign. Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to say this because I will be coming to this house over and over again. And every time I came to this house since I was appointed a minister, this same senator is only talking about Murkomen must resign. Mr. Speaker, when I was the Minister of Roads and Transport, Cherargei used to argue that I must resign because many people are dying because of road accidents. When I left the ministry, Mr. Speaker, he has gone quiet. Suddenly, there are no road accidents. Mr. Speaker, when I went to the Ministry of Sports, it is the same Senator Cherargei who kept saying I must resign. In fact, in one incident, there is a team that went for a volleyball tournament and they lost. And he said the minister must resign. Mr. Speaker, since I left the sports ministry, he has never been able to talk about performance of the volleyball team or the football team, and he never said that I must resign. When I came to this ministry, Mr. Speaker, he never waited for 2 months. He said the minister must resign. Mr. Speaker, all this resignation is compounded around a theme of the minister is incompetent. Mr. Speaker, Senator Cherargei was my student. I taught him, not one subject, not two subjects. Mr. Speaker, his performance was below average. Mr. Speaker, he has no legitimacy at all, Mr. Speaker, to question my competence or performance.
Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable CS,
and I will table the results if it is required.
Honorable
Mr.
CS, Honorable CS, the academic performance of any senator is not something to be debated here.
I will go further, Mr. Speaker. I will not even talk about it.
Honorable CS, kindly conclude and allow the other witnesses
Mr.
to
Speaker,
take the
since
stand.
you gave him good time.
We only have 20 minutes to be shared.
I need
4 witnesses.
I need 2 minutes of right of reply, Mr. Speaker, and I will be done.
Conclude.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, when I was a senator here, the biggest debate I ever had in this chamber was police brutality against the senators who are being arrested so that they don't vote in this house. Mr. Speaker, when I stood in this chamber and told the Speaker he must not sacrifice Kenya, it was because Senator Malala had been arrested, Senator Keleleko had been arrested, Senator Lagata has been arrested, Mr. Speaker, to reduce the numbers of people who are voting to defend people from marginalized areas, including Kilifi County. Mr. Speaker, that time, Senator Cherargei was opposed to any process. He told the Speaker in this chamber, and the answer will bear me witness, that we must progress and vote because, Mr. Speaker, he cared less. Mr. Speaker, if performance is anything to go by, anyone else can assess my performance, not Senator Cherargei, Mr. Speaker, in that regard. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this, that and I can say many things, which I don't need to say here, but I want to conclude by saying, Mr. Speaker, this chamber is a very serious house. If I always have to come here for one individual to always be talking about incompetence, he must resign. That is a normal song every day. He doesn't provide evidence, except what he used to do here to ask questions, Mr. Speaker, that are procured from out there. What else does Senator Cherargei feel like he has done in this country? I must say that we must respect each other. We must respect people's offices. We must respect it. And when people question you the way some senators have questioned me here and asked me about my performance, I respect them because it's objective. But not every time you say this and that, Mr. Speaker, he reduces this august house, which I served gladly, Mr. Speaker, to a place of vendetta. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit and I thank you.
The IG, please. You may take the stand and respond to the questions that have been directed to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me once again start by saying that myself and the National Police Service deeply regret the unfortunate events that resulted in the death of Mr. Albert Ojwang while in the police custody. The service extends its sincere condolences to the family and loved ones of the deceased during this very difficult time. In line with our commitments to accountability and transparency, again, I would urge IPOA to move with speed so that it can be able to tell us who are these who committed this heinous crime at the central police station, so that at the end of the day, they can be able to face the law squarely and answer to their crimes. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, let me start by saying that I've already apologized for the erroneous reporting that was done at that very early stages when this kind of crime was realized. And number two, that has since been rectified because we have even seen the outcomes of the autopsy that was done yesterday. In terms of compensation, my CS has actually discussed on what the way forward in terms of getting in touch with the family and assisting where we can be able, and we support that cause completely. The status of the deceased when he was brought in to Central Police Station was normal. That information, the status of the deceased when he was brought in to the Central Police Station, at that 23 hours, the status was normal. The number of hours that was spent while driving from Homa Bay, that was Maweni Police Station to Central Police Station. That was roughly 5 hours, 15 minutes, because the team left Maweni Police Station at around 16:00 hours and arrived in Nairobi at around 21:17 hours. Roughly 5 hours and some minutes from Homa Bay to Nairobi. There is that question of why not invite the suspect to come to record statements at the nearest police station. The DCI is going to deal with that one, Honorable Speaker. This question of why the OCS had to be consulted before the suspect was placed in the cells, again, the DCI is going to answer for it very, very, very clearly, Honorable Speaker. There was also the question why the late Albert Ojwang had an opportunity was given an opportunity to call the spouse. When I was here previously answering the other questions, I did indicate that the police officers are well trained on how to treat suspects and other Kenyans alike. It is on that basis that he was given that opportunity to check on his family and even report that he has safely arrived in Nairobi. And I also indicated that police officers are always on the forefront in the defense of the rights and freedom of the people. That is our training. That is my training. So it is on that basis that he was actually given that opportunity.
Two minutes to go.
Now,
IJ.
in terms of processing persons of interest, The question is whether the numbers, I mean, the persons of interest have actually been exhausted. I think that one it will be effectively answered by IPO, who are actually investigating on the same honorable speaker. There was also the question as to whether DIG Rangat could be paraded before the House to hear his side of story. I think again, Honorable Speaker, that's a decision that again this House can consider. Whether there are different sets of laws for different sets of people or groups. Our laws are for everybody. Nobody is above the law. And the DIG was explained by the DCI. He did launch his complaint in writing to the DCI. And the DCI, in his wisdom, had a team to look into that complaint. And that is basically, as he explained, how that investigations commenced. There was also the question of who is the DCI officer who booked Albert in the cells. The names are also there with the IPO, and I believe the IPO is going to provide for that.
So, IG, you are referring quite a number of things to DCI and IPO.
Yes.
Kindly allow DCI to take the stand.
Thank you, DCI.
And DCI, I'll give you 8 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, one was, what is my message to the family? The message simply is that we will play any legal role to have justice for the family and confidence by the public towards the police. And we shall go out of our way to make sure that we accord all the support and cooperation to the investigations currently underway, currently being undertaken by IPOA. Senator Odinga, whether there are different laws, I would like to confirm, Honorable Speaker, that we don't have different set of laws. The laws apply equally as enacted by our parliament. And the law says any person. So we are not selective as officers of the National Police Service in the application of the laws. Suffice to say, however, that the perception of defamation is relative and may be construed differently by different people. Why the officers gave a chance to the suspect, the IG has very well explained that. It is part of the reform process, and it is normal for us to grant the suspect telephone facility, so that was actually a request made by the suspect, so that he could contact his wife and family members. And it's also a clear testimony of our adherence to the Constitution, the fundamental freedoms, and the Bill of Rights. Senator Manzo alluded to the possibility of the deceased having been injured by the DCI officers who effected the arrest. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I may not wish to dwell on this matter. In my earlier presentation, I was able to give a chronology and the graphic details of the movement of the suspect all the way from Homa Bay up to Central Police Station. And I'm sure these are issues the Independent Police Oversight Authority will investigate to its logical conclusion. Like I said, if any DCI officer is found to be involved in the killing, then Honorable Speaker, let the law take its course. We are not covering up for anybody. In terms of the DCI officer who booked Albert Ojwang, the booking was not done by a DCI officer, Honorable Speaker. Like I had said in my previous submission, the booking was done digitally by a report office personnel. And I'm sure the particular officer, the identity of that particular officer will be established in the investigations. Why not summon? Honorable Speaker, when it comes to investigations, particularly on matters of computer and cyber crimes, it isn't a walk in the park. You are starting your investigations from the unknown to the unknown. You are dealing with persons operating from dark webs, persons running pseudo accounts, persons whose accounts are domiciled in other jurisdictions. At the commencement of our investigations, Honorable Speaker, we did not know the true identity of Albert Ojwang. We were only dealing with an ex-handle, a person whose identity was not known to us, and it was therefore not possible for us to summon him. It took a lot of efforts, a lot of expertise for us to unveil the identity of the owner of that ex-handle. And that's why it was not possible for us to summon the late Albert Ojwang up to the point where the officers went and arrested him. Sometimes again, and this applies to a general investigative technique, Honorable Speaker, some summons might be prejudicial or even interfere with our investigative processes. Like you are investigating a cybercrime and you want to recover a computer from a suspect. You cannot just summon that suspect to come and report to the police station. What is the risk? You have the risk of that suspect deleting the information that you require to use as evidence in court. So that's why sometimes we may not opt to summon suspects, but to go for them. Somebody has material exhibits, documents that you believe are crucial to your investigations. You cannot just summon him. Summon him will give him ample time to destroy and interfere with those exhibits, Honorable Speaker. In terms of who issued the orders to have Albert Ojwang ferried from Homa Bay to Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, we don't micromanage our investigation processes. We give the officers their leeway to make decisions. We have professional officers who are well guided by the service standing orders, officers who are well guided by our guide to the criminal investigations. For example, Honorable Speaker, if a car is stolen in Lodwar and the suspect is arrested in Homa Bay, the court that has competent jurisdiction is that court which is domiciled in Lodwar. So it will be futile for an investigating officer to come and ask his commander whether he will take the suspect to Lodwar or he will be prosecuted in Homa Bay for that matter. So those are very simple operational and tactical matters that we leave the officers for the officers to make their determinations as guided by the service standing orders. How many hours from Homa Bay, the Inspector General has explained that. And there was
This year you have 1 minute to conclude.
The 1 minute to conclude, Honorable Speaker, I would like to reiterate the fact that DIG Langat has no command over IPOA. His command is limited to Kenya Police Service. I am urging this August House that the general mood in the country should not be used to victimize DIG Lagat. Let us wait for the investigations to establish the circumstances under which Albert Ojwang met his death. Thank you, and I submit, Honorable Speaker.
IPOA. IPOA, you may take the stand.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to, first of all, answer a concern that has been raised on my chair. And I spoke to him during the break. We got the notice of this particular sitting yesterday when he was already out of the country. But as we speak, he's finding his way into Kenya. He's coming back because we have a similar sitting tomorrow with the Parliamentary Committee. And together with me, Speaker, today are 3 commissioners and the CEO of the authority. So we are taking this matter with the seriousness that it deserves. And one of the commissioners present today, Honorable Jacqueline Lukalo, attended the autopsy process on our behalf. So, Honorable Speaker, I had questions that were asked. One of them was the clarity from Senator Siege, Senator Murago, and Senator Mandago. Our preliminary findings show that the young man, Ojwang, was alone in the cell, and the neighboring cell where we have had 2 witnesses, one has recorded a statement, they have said they had loud screams from that particular cell. But unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, the cells are not numbered. So we are also giving a recommendation for the cells to be numbered so that a cell is allocated vis-a-vis a person in the OB. The next concern was by Senator Wambua on the safety. I hope I got the name right. On the safety of our investigators and our officers. Honorable Speaker, our investigators especially are not safe, going by the fact that they're investigating armed police officers. But in the same light, in the security service laws, which are headed by the CS Interior, we are seeking for licensing to carry firearms. We were recently in South Africa, and our counterpart, IPID, the body that a lot was borrowed to the formation of IPOA, they have licenses to carry firearms, and in the same light, also the right to arrest, the powers to arrest, and also the powers to prosecute. So that is something we are pursuing through the legal reforms in the security services laws. There was also a question on Senator Hezena on tampering of the CCTV. And as I'd said, we have engaged experts on the retrieval of the same. And we have the DVR, that is like the motherboard of the CCTV with us. So that is what we will use to reconstruct the evidence if we are able to get, after the information that we'll get from the expert. As I had indicated, Chair, the investigations are ongoing, so I believe we'll have more information as we go by. There was also a question by, I believe, oh yes, the forensic laboratory. And we have a small forensic laboratory at the authority that we use, especially on the small cases. But in most cases, we have been referring to the DCI laboratory. And that is why in the same security service laws, we are seeking for an independent forensic laboratory, especially on the issues of ballistics. But on the government chemist, like what we have sent currently on blood and tissue samples, that one we work with them. And we also have partners that we have signed MOU with who have the capacity of the same laboratories. I believe, Chair, I have answered the questions, but there was one on the DIG. And as I had indicated, we are taking statements from the officers who are at the station. In total, there are 17. And I believe if the investigation and the evidence that we are getting would lead to any other officer, including senior officers, to be investigated, we'll have no problem in calling them in or summoning them into IPOA to give us the evidence that is required. With that, with what we are receiving today, as Professor Kamar has asked, what is leading? I've said we interviewed specifically. We asked for information from the OCS because the CCTV is domiciled in his office. So after today, I believe we'll be able to have a report that we'll give to the committee as our progress report. And I believe, as Honorable Sigei said, we'll be able to work in less than the 10 days to submit the file to the ODPP. But we seek for cooperation from the Senate, Honorable Speaker. We have a small budget. We are really understaffed. We have 77 investigators across the country. So we are hoping that we will get that support to be able to fulfill our mandate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We have 3 minutes for further clarifications. I will go back to the move of this business, Senator Eddy, and then Senator Metha. We have 3 minutes to do this. Senator Eddy, you may proceed. Senator Eddy, if you don't have any clarification, you may yield to your colleagues.
Because of time, Mr. Speaker, I have 3 very quick clarifications in under 2 minutes. Does the minister, or rather the CS, and the IG appreciate what senators have talked about on the issue of DIG, given that this is somebody who has died in the cells, and the possibility of cannibalization of the process by one senior member of the authority ends the call for him to resign? That's question number 1. Question number 2, on the on the IG, who are your key suspects? That's a simple question. Even if they're not guilty, we have seen instances, for instance, I've cited the case for Honorable Longondo Were. I know he did not die in a police cell, but Mr. Speaker, any form of suspects are arrested and asked to make statements. We are living here not knowing who the IG considers his main suspects. And lastly, DCI, given that this was a matter of cyber crime, and you're talking about the competence of the court, and this in this matter, the case should have been handled in Homa Bay in our feeling, are you arguing that the cloud is only Nairobi? And the cloud, where is the cloud in your view? Let me ask that question from an ICT perspective. Where do you think the cloud is? Is the cloud in Nairobi? Or where is the cloud? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Matthew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to disagree with the DCI when he says that all animals are equal. What the Inspector General of Police told us is that the investigators led by Hussein went to record the statements of the Deputy Inspector General from his office in Vigilance House. Number two, I also want to disagree with him when he says that they have so many teams, so they were able to get to Homa Bay very early. Those teams only left Nairobi once they confirmed that the complaint against Ojwang was a valid one. And therefore, I actually feel, and it's my very, very considered opinion, that this matter and the investigations to this matter cannot be free and fair if the DIG, Eliud Lagat, continues sitting in that office as the Deputy Inspector General. Finally, to the IPOA, I wish you well as you look at this matter and you give us answers in 10 days. May I inform you, Mr. Speaker, that yesterday in my county, Nyandarua County, a pregnant woman was arrested in a place called Rwanyambo. She was put and detained in a police station called Rwanyambo. She was pregnant, and I think 6 or 7 months pregnant. Having been detained there, she was crying to the police officers to help her get medical support. This morning, the people of Rwanyambo have woken up to the horrific scene of the pregnant woman in that cell with her dead baby that she delivered in the cell, or rather that was aborted in the cell, Honorable Speaker. If, Mr. Speaker, if this inhumanity in our police force, Mr. Speaker, is not stopped, I don't think we have a country. If they can watch and listen to the cries of a woman who is pregnant and they can see. Mr. Speaker, she had only been accused of stealing 9,000 shillings. 9,000 shillings is something that could have been even gotten by her family. If they allowed, or even summoned Miuka to come the next day, I'm sure she would have come. The same case for Ojwang. There is no record that Ojwang was summoned and he refused to appear in the police station. Inspector General of Police, I don't know whether you have a heart or your concerns is pricked by the kind of harassment or the kind of thing that is happening to the people of Kenya from your own officers. That is an incident that happened yesterday, even as the country mourns about the Ojwang. That is something that happened. You have heard that Article 26 of the Constitution of Kenya, even an unborn person has a right to live. Now we have lost that kid, Honorable Speaker. I don't know what will happen to Miuka because she has not been taken to hospital. The whole day, Mr. Speaker, even when people went out to the Rwanyambo police station to complain, they have been beaten up by police. They have been tear gassed the whole day, Honorable Speaker. I don't understand, Honorable Speaker, what kind of a police force that we have right now, Mr. Speaker. So I want to also throw that challenge. I've written to the...
So, IG, you have 2 minutes. DCI, 2 minutes. IPOA, 2 minutes. We conclude.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The question of who are my key suspects. That question refers back to what I did. I did suspend some officers because I did not want them to interfere with the investigation because they are the first key suspects in that one. But those who committed the offenses, we will get to know from IPOA when they are through with the investigations. Mine was to ensure that we preserve the scene, we ensure that nobody interferes so that we can go to the bottom of that matter. And that is the reason why I'm happy that today they have also recorded their statements with the IPOA, and I hope that that process moves quickly. We want to get to know who are these who did and carried out this heinous act. I've heard of the issue of certain police station where a pregnant woman was actually mistreated. In fact,
IG, conclude. We barely have a minute. to conclude this session.
I'm happy that the Honorable Senator has already written to IPOA to investigate the same, but even myself, I'm going to institute the same through the Internal Affairs Unit so that I can be able to go to the bottom of that. And if that is the case, I'm going to crack the whip so that those involved, they get the ultimate punishment. Thank you very much.
IG,
Honorable Speaker, that is what I would wish to submit.
Thank you. You may have your seat. Now, DCI and IPOA, you will proceed from where we've left it before the committee tomorrow. We do not have time to hear you. Now, honorable senators, we have come to the end of this session. I'd wish to thank the CS and his team for the responses given. Now, the closure of this session is not the end of pursuing this matter by the Senate. If you're aware, the Senate Standing Committee on National Security is already seized of this matter, and it has scheduled for a sitting tomorrow. I therefore direct the Secretariat to make available the record of this meeting to our Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations, so that they can use this to further their probe and make the appropriate recommendation for tabling in the Senate. I also direct that the committee proceed in this matter with a lot of urgency and to table their report. Now, we are going on recess tomorrow. However, we are going to call for a special sitting before the end of the recess to discuss other businesses. This will be among the businesses to receive the report from the Committee of National Security. To IPOA, you've indicated to us that you need 10 days. This is a matter that is more complicated than that of the Honorable Ongono Were. It's a matter that happened in the hands of police officers, in the precincts of police station. It should be the easiest thing to conclude in the shortest time possible. If I were you, I will conclude it way before the expiry of the 10 days. The country is watching. Thank you so much, honorable senators. We now resume the normal. Having resumed the normal and ordinary session of the Senate, honorable senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, the 12th of June 2025 at 2:30 p.m. I thank you.
Tracy, ulifikisha do za trip?
Sijafikisha bado. Saving for retirement has been my biggest priority.
So windy trip, nilikuambia jua kali kuna do. Mimi venye nimejipanga na hii biashara yangu, sione nikiwahi sote.
Trip bado tunaenda. Na by the way, do you save for retirement?
Kwani mimi ni mzee? I'm still young and I've got plenty of time to start saving later. Then again, si watu wa jua kali, hatunanga hizo ma pension plans.
Kwani ujui unaweza register with an individual pension plan yenye iko regulated na RBA?
Inawakaje?
Una deposit any amount of money at any time na uko guaranteed ukikuwa mzee. Maisha yako itakuwa nywe.
Baadaye vile nakushua ni ukweli. Hadi mimi boost savings zangu kwa scheme yetu ya job.
Really?
Nilijua siwezi kuwa kijana forever. Sis, usikose kujipanga mapema. Tutakuwa wazee wa maana.
Hebu nionyesheni kuwa mzee wa maana.
Ensure you save and plan for your retirement during your youthful working days. Provided you are earning an income, you can join a retirement benefit scheme registered by Retirement Benefits Authority and safeguard your tomorrow. RBA, safeguarding your retirement benefits.
What is the problem now?
Madam, nimeenda kwa jikoni nimepata msichana mfupi, mweupe, mrembo.
Oh, Jill.
Eh.
Jill? Jill? Come. Isaka, this is Jill. She's family and she's going to be staying with us for a while. Okay, so you better treat her well.
Madam, family kivipi?
She's Jill's daughter. Yep. The mom is white.
Remember, madam?
No. You like her?
Hapana, madam. Mimi madam nimekuja kazi. Hapana.
Jill, this is Kisaka. He works here. He's going to show you around and I'm sure the two of you will get along. Right?
Hey, madam ungeniambia mapema hata shida ingetokea. Lakini iko sawa, madam.
Do I have to report everything to you?
Hapana, madam.
So now you know. So stop making a fuss out of everything. Now the two of you can get out of my sight. It's okay. I need a cup of tea.
Sawa, madam.
Oh, Ruth. Sit down, let's talk.
No, why did you call me so early? We're getting nowhere.
Ungeketi chini tu muongee msikizane.
Kisaka hata unajua mama hapendi kuambiwa.
Oh, please, look who's talking.
Kathy, learn to listen.
Just sit down. Do you know I'm like your mother?
Then act like one.
How could you be so careless? You couldn't see Jamal was trying to double-cross you?
Where have you been? And what have you been doing? Okay, so who's Mama Boy?
You met her?
Who didn't?
That's Nick.
So who's she?
I don't think I'm in a position to discuss Joel's promiscuity with his daughter.
Well, you just did.
Joel is not the kind of person you think he is. He has tried to hurt me so many times.
You mean my mother?
What do you mean?
I mean, she was Joel's first wife. So technically, using your words, you came into his life to hurt her.
This is why we'll never be on the same page.
Calm down. Kathy, I know for a fact what Dad does, feelings come between us. Men will always be men.
What about you?
What about me?
I've never seen you bring a man home.
I don't think I was cut from that cloth. That life is not for everybody.
But why? You're all beauty.
Oh, what? Is that what you told Mom? Then you betrayed her?
Rude.
Anyway, let's talk about J&J.
Fine. Where's Jamal?
I don't think I'm in a position to talk about Jamal right now, but just know he's safe.
Kisoka, please leave. Look, it's about time to start treating me like I have shares at J&J.
Is that why you called me here? To ask me about Jamal? That shouldn't be the question here. We should be asking ourselves how to correct this mess. And I know for a fact, Jamal traded J&J, if I'm not wrong. But I know right now he's not talking. But don't you think we need to know what Jamal is hiding first?
Of course. And I want to be included in all that.
Do you just want to feel included, or you want to bring a solution? Oh, thank you, Saka. Welcome for a drink.
Miss Kunyali vikaribani.
Mwanamke simuelewangi.
Anakuwa gendo mgumu lakini si mbaya sana.
I don't have time to waste. I have so much work to do.
Nakuelewa. Na historia ya Jamal imefikia wapi? Alikataa kuongea.
Wewe mweke tu hapo. He'll come around.
Sawa.
Na usimwambie Kathy kwenye yako.
Hii si fala.
Ndio maana nakuamini. Na where's Mama Boy?
Ako safe, usijali.
Isiko unamuoa.
Hiyo bado.
Akapi basi.
Ako safe.
Don't feel her, okay? And I heard she has a baby, is it true?
Yeah, ako shule.
Mwanamke sikumwelewa.
Unashughulika na J&J. Huku mimi naenda kusaidia.
Sawa. Just make sure you call me later. It's urgent, okay?
Kuna shida nyingine?
Sawa basi. I need to go see why Kathy was calling me, so we'll talk later, yeah? You didn't tell me why you called me.
Isha called.
Are you sure it's her?
I know my daughter's voice.
Last I checked.
Can we not?
Okay, what did she say?
There are people trying to call her.
Is she okay?
She's fine. She even spoke to Malaika. What?
Are you sure it's Isha? Okay, at least one problem down.
And speaking of problems, is there anything in the office you want me to handle?
No, you can just stay home. You're good.
I think you're the most difficult person I've ever met.
They say Dad is channeled in me, and you fell in love with Dad. So, I think you just might like me.
Now I know you're not okay. And you need to start by calling me Mama Isha. I don't want Malaika to pick up such bad behavior.
Now, let me teach you something, Mama Isha. You are a title now. You are not there yet. So, are you sure you want us to spend the rest of the day here, throwing words at each other?
Madam, kulikuwa nataka kuongea na wewe.
What is this about? Has Ruth sent you?
Hapana, madam.
I've seen how close the two of you are. Kisaka, I hope you're loyal to me.
Madam, unasaniamini wakati wowote. Niko loyal.
Have a seat.
Yes, asante, madam.
So, what did she tell you?
Alikuwa ananiambia nichunge hii compound kwa sababu hatujui Jamal amepanga nini.
I still don't understand why Jamal would betray us. He's been with us for quite a while.
Mimi madam mwenyewe sijui. Lakini wacha tusikie vile atasema.
And where is he?
Mwenyewe sijui.
Kisaka, you think I don't know how close you are with Joel? And that you wouldn't tell me anything to do with Ruth because you think she's the one in charge? Is that right?
Madam, nilikuwa nimekuja kukuamsha. Wakati wote unatoka huko hii compound na unarudi. Ni vizuri kuniambia kwa sababu hatujui mama boy amepanga nini.
Well, I should have said something. I had taken Malaika to see my mother up country. But next time I'll make sure I tell you.
Asante, madam.
But you also make sure you don't keep any secrets from me.
Madam, kama keti na gongwa. Excuse me.
You need to minimize your movements. We don't know who's watching, okay?
I thought you said this place is tight in security.
Well, Jamal is part of security.
Sawa.
Sawa. Mbona hiyo saa yako siamini?
You do know that nobody knows I took out Baraza, sindio?
Well, we don't know what Jamal knows, so we need to be very careful.
Fine. What about your receptionist?
Her name is Shiro.
Yeah, that one. I don't like the way she looks at me. I fear she might talk to someone.
I know how she looks at you. I mean, what do you expect from someone who threatened to kill her own baby?
That's so. So, why aren't you scared of me? Is it because you see right through me? Or because you know for a fact I can't hurt a Juguna?
Mike, don't get it twisted. I'm just giving you another chance. I don't trust you.
You've worked yourself too much. You need to let someone take care of your bit. Deserve it.
Unajua Ruth ako bom sana na historia ya kurandaranda ovyo ovyo.
Na unadhani wewe ni nani? Mimi niko natoka hapa nje niende kwa shop. And I'm not stupid. I'm very careful, my friend.
Nadhani sikujui. Najua details zako zote. Na ukicheza tutakudeport nje ya Kenya. Unadhani hatujui ulideportiwa kutoka majuu?
Mimi siko hapa war. I'm here on serious agendas.
Unadhani sisi wajinga sana? Unajua mjanja?
Si mimi ndio niliambia Ruth story ya Jamal kuplay on both sides.
Uko dhani tutakuamini?
Look, I can't say anything about Jamal. Mali yako sahi probably anataka tu kuniua. But I did this for all of you.
Wewe jua na kucheki na anakuona. Any full step una make.
Na wewe si bodyguard wa kadhi. So usinitishie hapa sana.
Unajua nani anakulindia mtoi apart from si mimi?
Man. Sinajua hiyo yote ilikuwa small talk. Can you organize for me and my Malaika tupate some time?
Check hivi Isha kijua story yote anakuua.
You are waiting. You should have already done that.
Unajua tunapoteza time sana Present.
All right.
Welcome to this humble home.
Santi.
You're welcome. If I recall right, you told me you work in a bank, right?
Yeah, sure.
What do you do in a bank?
I'm the manager.
Yeah, you're the manager?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's good. Do you want to tell me a little bit more about your background?
To make it easy, mimi yule boy kutoka Slando. Raised by a single mother. Life huko iko easy, so I had to struggle to make my way out.
So sorry to hear. You turned out a fine man. So why me?
Oh wow. I've been monitoring you on the runway.
Have you?
So far, I like you. You're very cool.
Okay, how old are you? That's funny.
We Kisaka, mimi mtu simwamini. Wewe usijali. Unaniambia nisijali na Jamala patikani? Umeumia mali. Okay, sijaumia mali lakini nini? Kwa unataka kupatiwa leave? Wewe achana hata na leave. Au tu nilikuwa nimwambia kuhusu promotion na hata bado hajaongea. Au unataka kupatiwa kazi ya kupromotiwa ya kuspy Jamal na Mariam? Walikwambia? Hilo. Hakuna kitu yote inaendelea kwa ofisi nikose kujua. Kila kitu. Hata juzi. Wewe ukiipa sukari ya ofisi na majani ya kitchen nani? Mimi wacha kuendelea. Okay. Anyway ni kwa hivi. Mto wetu la njaa 2 days sasa ningefanya. Shiro yani vile unang'aranga vizuri. Njaa ya 2 days ulitoa wapi? Kisaka wewe fanya hivi video story wachana tunayo. Aki please usiniseme na nilijo. Ningekusema kitambo. Yenyewe ni ukweli. Kuna venye tunajaribu pia mimi kusave nipeleke mtoi wangu private school. Hiro, siwezi maisha unaweza afford. Ni maisha ya strike unatenzana nayo.
Kisaka, what are you doing here? And you too. I thought you were together in the morning. Why didn't you talk? And Malaika akikuja nyumbani, atapata nani nyumbani? Kisaka, chill. You need to find your space, okay? And you, Kisaka, you need to know who pays you. Me or Shiro, okay? Get out of here.
Sasa wewe unapenda kuja huko kila siku. Acha.
Habari yako?
Mzuri.
Nimekuja kuona Mama Janet.
Mama Janet? Unatakia nini Mama Janet?
Janet amevunja dirisha shule na amemaliza shule, nimekuja kutisha malipo.
Janet? Mama Janet. Hapa nimekuja kutisha malipo. Mama Janet. Sasa Janet. Unajua nyinyi ndio mnakuja kupatia hapa mama kazi hapa pressure, mnakuja kumpatia pressure, mnanipandisha sukari, si ndio? Nyinyi nani hawajui? Con man nyinyi. Kuna tabu. Con man tani hapa ninakuja kutafuta pesa.
Hey, one more thing. I don't think we should trust that company.
Why?
I met him earlier and I have a feeling he's been paid by someone.
Instance. You have to find me something. We can't rely on incidents right now.
Listen, we don't have time for this. You just don't brush it off. Find Jamal and make him talk and I'm sure something will come up.
But then where is he?
I don't know. I'm also in the dark. But don't trust that cop.
Mike, you need to understand one thing here. We don't trust anyone here at all.
Then I guess we'll have to talk some other time.
Si nilikwambia hizo ni vitisho.
Hata ndio nimeona.
Mimi ndio ndawa yake.
Na unajua kikuja job the same thing, kelele to.
Na vile ni mkonde anakuja kutisha watu kama sisi.
Sure, sit down. Saka, go get me tea. Sure, there's some work I wanted you to do for me. Nilikuwa nataka unichunguzie what happens around here and then bring me all the reports.
Madam Kathy pia alikuwa ameniambia nimfanyie tu the same.
You want to keep your job?
Aki madam, na nikifutwa
nani atakuvuta kazi? Who employed you? Si ni mimi?
Sawa madam. Mbona tukanifuatia nani?
I want you to follow up everything that goes on around here. Bring me all the reports and then kuna huyu askari.
Huyu askari namjua madam.
So hata yeye nataka umfuate, uniambie kila kitu, sawa?
Sawa madam.
Oh, yeah. Before I forget, just to start you off, I want you to go buy your baby some milk for the week.
Aki, asante sana madam. Asante, nitakufanyia kazi nzuri.
Asante sana.
Ruth, do you remember this trophy?
Of course I do. Dad still won it when you were still young and energetic.
But they, Ruth, kazi ofisi ya zana.
Unaogopa Kathy?
Hapana. Ni kazi nyumbani wenda zana.
Don't worry, I'm gonna talk to Kathy, sawa?
Babako ndiye anaandika kazi.
Sijakataa.
And we still talk.
With Dad?
Oh.
Kisaka. I get it. I really do.
Ni kazi nyumbani ndiye zana. And if you need any help, I'll be at your service.
Kisaka. Who really are you?
Call me if you need any help. Ukitaka kujua zaidi, ask Mr. Joel Juguna.
Sure.
And Ruth, we trust you so much.
hapa and she needs his help. Na kazi yako ni kurushia watu midomo without doing anything.
What you want, Pete?
See you and to know how you're doing.
Don't think that I am a moron or an imbecile. In short, I'm not schizophrenic.
Sasa unaongea vitu gani? Hata sielewi unasema nini.
Utasimama hapo mpaka saa ngapi?
Jen, kindly, I would like to serve breakfast. Hii kichwa yangu imejaa mambo mengi sana. Nataka unipe nafasi nitulie. Sawa?
One day, you will eat, walk, and talk like royalty. I need you to wake up.
Uko aware this is not a game?
Make it happen.
We need to shut this business down.
Hii biashara ndo kila kitu kwenye hii familia. Nikufe ama nisikufe. Kama mbaya, mbaya.
An eye for an eye.
What is your family involved in? To go close to take control over the hearts of empire. When in Noma sana.
Naam, asalamu alaykum mpenzi mtazamaji popote pale ulipo. Hujambo na karibu kwenye darubini ya Channel 1. Ikiwa unajiuliza tunacheka nini, kuna mengi ambayo yanatendeka kabla ya taarifa hizi, ikiwa ni njia za kupunguza joto ili tukuletee taarifa kwa njia iliyo sahihi. Karibu sana.
Na mtazamaji, lako ni kuketi kitako tukupakulie taarifa ambazo tumekuandalia mchana wa leo. Mimi naitwa Gladys Mungai, karibu.
Mimi naitwa Ahmed Jumabalo, ukipenda niite AJB, na Anwangeshi ndiye msaidizi wetu kwa upande wa lugha ishara. Kwanza kabisa tuanze kwa vidokezo. Idara ya upelelezi yamnyoshea kidole cha lawama afisa anayesimamia kituo cha polisi cha Central jijini Nairobi, Samson Taalam, kwa mauaji ya Albert Ojwang. Ujenzi uliosubiriwa kwa hamu wa barabara ya kutoka Rironi kuelekea Mau Summit kuanza mwezi Agosti, asema Rais William Ruto. Waziri wa ardhi Alice Wahome asema wanyakuzi wa ardhi sasa wamegeukia ardhi za shule na taasisi za serikali. Naam, karibu mtazamaji kwenye taarifa yetu kuu. Idara ya uchunguzi wa jinai imemwelekezea kidole cha lawama afisa msimamizi wa kituo cha polisi cha Central, Samson Taalam, ikisema anafaa kuchukuliwa kuwa mhusika mkuu katika mauaji ya mwanablogu Albert Ojwang. Mbele ya bunge la Seneti, mkurugenzi wa idara ya DCI Mohamed Amin aliyeandamana na waziri wa usalama Kipchumba Murkomen na inspekta mkuu wa polisi Douglas Kanja aliwaondolea lawama maafisa wa polisi waliofika nyumbani kwa Albert Ojwang katika kaunti ya Homa Bay kumkamata na kuwaondolea tuhuma zozote za mauaji, akisema kwamba ripoti za awali zinaonyesha kwamba Taalam, ambaye hakuwa kwenye kituo cha polisi cha Central wakati huo, alikataa Albert azuiliwe humo. Halmashauri ya kutathmini utendakazi wa polisi IPO pia inachunguza madai kwamba Ojwang aliwasiliana na familia yake wakati alipokuwa amezuiliwa katika kituo cha polisi cha Central ili kubaini ukweli wa mambo.
Those who committed the offenses we will get to know from IPO when they are through with the investigations. Mine was to ensure that we preserve the scene, we ensure that nobody interferes so that we can go to the bottom of that matter. And that is the reason why I'm happy that today they have also recorded their statements with the IPO, and I hope that that process moves quickly. We want to get to know who are these who did and carried out this heinous act. I'm happy that the Honorable Senator has already written to IPO to investigate the same, but even myself, I'm going to institute the same through the Internal Affairs Unit so that I can be able to go to the bottom of that. And if that is the case, I'm going to crack the whip so that those involved, they get the ultimate punishment. Thank you very much.
For suggestions they have given on areas of improvement, particularly in terms of law and operation of the National Police Service, Mr. Speaker, we have taken notes, but also we will benefit from the Hansard so that we can be able to make sure that all, especially the policy and regulatory suggestions, Mr. Speaker, are going to be taken into consideration.
Na mtazamaji, taarifa hiyo kwa kina utaipata kwenye habari zetu za mwendo wa saa 3.
Kwengineko mtazamaji, waziri wa ardhi Ali Sohome amesema kiwango cha unyakuzi wa ardhi humu nchini kimefika viwango vya juu mno, huku wanyakuzi sasa wakilenga ardhi za shule na hata vyuo vya polisi.
Akizungumza baada ya kutoa hati miliki ya ardhi kwa shule ya msingi ya Lavington jijini Nairobi ambayo ilikuwa imenyakuliwa, waziri Wahome alisema atafanya kila jitihada kuhakikisha makundi ya wakiritimba yanayohusika na unyakuzi wa ardhi yanakabiliwa ipasavyo.
Hii leo waziri wa ardhi Ali Wahome alikuwa katika shule ya msingi ya Lavington kukabidhi shule hiyo hati miliki ya ardhi.
And this now is the title.
Na waziri akatoa onyo kali kwa wanyakuzi wa ardhi humu nchini, akisema wizara hiyo itawakabili ipasavyo.
The long arm of the law will reach you. People will recover their property because we cannot allow 2.15 acres in Lavington in the hands of one person. I'm sure you also know the value of land in Lavington.
Waziri alisema ni jambo la kusikitisha kuona wanyakuzi wakielekeza uroho wao kwa ardhi ya shule, vituo vya polisi na mahakama, akikariri kwamba juhudi zao potovu hazitafua dafu.
There is no other existing title with any validity. Sasa wakitaka wale wanamsumbua waende mahakama, wasistaki shule, wasitaki waziri wa ardhi.
As government officers, we are very happy that we now have a document that will help us safeguard government property. There before, it would be a bit difficult because when you come in, you would be told the school does not have a title deed and therefore the boundaries are not defined.
Shule ya msingi ya Lavington imekuwa ikikabiliana na kesi mahakamani baina yake na wanyakuzi kwa miaka 15 kuhusu kipande cha ardhi cha ekari 20.9, hali ambayo imetatiza ustawi wa shule hiyo.
And they are not after schools in the pockets of poverty. They are interested in schools that are in prime areas.
Today you have not just brought us a document. You have brought us security. You have brought us legitimacy. And you have brought us a renewed hope for the future. The presentation of the title deed for these schools' land is not a mere formality. It is a powerful gesture of trust, recognition, and a commitment to protecting the heritage and the future of public education in Kenya.
Private land is also under the same attack by the cartels. In my view, I may not be the one prosecuting them, but owners of such land are getting good support from the DCI, and we are in agreement with the DCI, Director of Criminal Investigations, to expedite those cases.
Timothy Kipnusu, Darubini.
Na mtazamaji, taarifa hiyo inatukamilishia awamu ya kwanza ya Darubini ya Channel 1.
Na tunapumzika kidogo, tukirejea ni taarifa zaidi. Tunakusihi usikwende mbali.
Are you thinking about your future? Saving through a registered retirement benefit scheme allows you to save up to 30,000 shillings every month tax-free, and investment income from the scheme is completely tax-exempt, meaning your money grows even faster, especially when you factor the power of compound interest. Withdrawals of retirement benefits are tax-exempt for retirees who reach retirement age as specified in scheme rules, retire early on grounds of ill health, or have been members of a scheme for at least 20 years. This tax exemption also applies in payment of retirement annuity and gratuity. Further, contributions you make to post-retirement medical funds are now tax-deductible up to 15,000 shillings per month. This provides an immediate tax benefit and greater peace of mind for future healthcare needs. Remember, retirement benefits prevents old age poverty, offer emergency funds for illness or job loss, and offers financial protection to your dependents. Join a registered pension plan today. Reduce your tax burden and enjoy your retirement to the fullest. For more information, visit our website at www.rba.go.ke, call our toll-free line 0800-720-300 or email info@rba.go.ke. RBA, safeguarding your retirement benefits.
Naam, shukran sana mtazamaji kwa kuendelea kutazama Darubini.
Kwengineko mtazamaji, ni kwamba Baraza la Kitaifa la Kudhibiti Magonjwa ya Kuambukiza limeibua wasiwasi kuhusiana na matatizo ya kiafya yanayowakabili wanaume na wavulana kote nchini kutokana na taasubi ya kiume, idadi ndogo ya wale wanaopimwa ugonjwa wa ukimwi, viwango vya juu vya maambukizi ya ugonjwa wa kifua kikuu pamoja na matumizi ya mihadarati.
Akizungumza jijini Nairobi leo kabla ya kongamano la mwaka 2025 la kikanda kuhusu wanaume na wavulana lililoandaliwa katika kaunti ya Elgeyo Marakwet, kaimu afisa mkuu mtendaji wa baraza hilo Douglas Bosire alikariri haja ya dharura ya ushirikiano wa sekta mbalimbali katika kushughulikia changamoto hizi.
Huku idadi ya wanaume na wavulana nchini ikijumuisha watu milioni 1.8 kati ya watu milioni 6.8 waliopimwa ugonjwa wa ukimwi mnamo mwaka 2024, Baraza la Kitaifa la Kudhibiti Magonjwa ya Kuambukiza linatoa tahadhari. Takwimu kutoka baraza hilo zinaonyesha kwamba huku asilimia 95 ya wanawake wanaogunduliwa kuugua ugonjwa wa ukimwi wakipokea matibabu, ni asilimia 91 pekee ya wanaume wanaowekwa kwenye mpango wa matibabu.
If we are not testing men, it means that the men cannot come under care. They cannot be put on treatment because testing is the pathway for you knowing whether you are HIV positive or not, and therefore being put on treatment.
Kwa mujibu wa baraza hilo, hali sawa na hiyo inadhihirika kwa ugonjwa wa kifua kikuu ambapo asilimia 67 ya maambukizi mapya 90,000 yaliyonakiliwa mwaka huu yakiwa miongoni mwa wanaume na wavulana wenye umri wa kati ya miaka 22 na 40. Katika juhudi za kukabiliana na hali hii, baraza hilo lina mpango wa kuanza kampeni ya uhamasisho juma lijalo katika kaunti 8 za maeneo ya kati ya nchi na kaskazini ya bonde la Ufa.
We are bringing county representatives from the county of Nakuru, Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet itself, Nandi, Kericho, Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia, and West Pokot to understand what we can do to reduce the negative masculinities that promote ill health.
Kampeni hiyo inalenga kuhamasisha wanaume na wavulana kuwa wenye mstari wa mbele katika kukabiliana na dhulma za kijinsia, mimba za mapema na matumizi ya dawa za kulevya.
In this region of 8 counties that we will be gathering and discussing with on Monday, we have about 192,000 people who are living with HIV. Unfortunately, out of all the new HIV infections that occurred in that region, among those 8 counties in the year 2023, you realize that 37% of them occurred amongst adolescents and young people aged between 15 and 24.
Wakati huo huo, baraza hilo limeonya kwamba msaada finyu wa kimataifa huenda ukalemeza mipango ya kukabiliana na magonjwa ya ukimwi, kifua kikuu na malaria iwapo suluhu ya dharura haitapatikana. Joseph Wahungu, Darubini.
Na mtazamaji, kwingineko ni kwamba Rais William Ruto ametangaza kwamba ujenzi uliosubiriwa Kwa muda mrefu wa barabara ya Rironi Mau Summit utaanza rasmi mwezi Agosti.
Akizungumza wakati wa mkutano wa viongozi wa kaunti ya Nakuru ulioandaliwa katika ikulu ya Nairobi, Rais alisema shughuli ya uwekaji ramani na kazi zingine za kiufundi zinaelekea kukamilika ili kutoa fursa ya kuanzishwa kwa ujenzi wa mojawapo wa miradi ya miundombinu ambayo imesubiriwa kwa hamu humu nchini.
Rais William Ruto ametangaza kuwa ujenzi wa barabara ya Rironi Mau Summit ambao umekuwa ukicheleweshwa kwa muda mrefu utaanza mwezi wa Agosti mwaka huu. Akihutubia viongozi wa kaunti ya Nakuru katika ikulu ya Nairobi, Rais alisema kuwa kazi ya usanifu imekaribia kukamilika na uzinduzi rasmi wa ujenzi utaanza katika kipindi cha miezi miwili ijayo.
You are not judged by how long you become a leader. You are judged by what you achieve and the impact you make in a nation.
Mbali na uboreshaji wa barabara hiyo kuu, Rais alitoa taarifa kuhusu miradi mingine muhimu ya maendeleo katika kaunti ya Nakuru. Serikali pia inalenga kufufua mradi wa uwanja wa ndege wa Lanet na kwa usaidizi wa jeshi kukamilisha ukarabati wa uwanja wa Fraha pamoja na kujenga uwanja mpya kule Olenguruoni. Rais Ruto alitangaza kuwa Wakenya milioni 4.5 wamepokea huduma za afya kupitia mamlaka ya afya ya jamii ndani ya kipindi cha miezi 8 pekee kwa gharama ya shilingi bilioni 41.
Haijawahi kufanyika. Na ndio tumeanza tu bado. Mtaona maneno hapa mbele. So we want to make sure that health, it is my intention to make sure that health is a right of every Kenyan.
Ruto pia alitoa wito wa kuchukuliwa hatua kali dhidi ya magenge ya kihalifu, akisisitiza msimamo wa kutovumilia kabisa ukosefu wa usalama.
I have informed and given instructions to the Ministry of Interior to work with the National Police Service and to make sure that the county security team ya Nakuru is up to date. Na kama kuna upungufu wowote watujulishe so that we make the necessary corrections.
Ben Chumba, Darubini.
Na chuo cha mafunzo ya utabibu cha Kenya KMTC kimepokea shehena ya vifaa vya mafunzo vyenye thamani ya shilingi milioni 650 kutoka shirika la Books for Africa.
Akizungumza katika makao makuu ya chuo hicho Bewa la Nairobi wakati wa kupokelewa kwa shehena hiyo, mkurugenzi katika idara ya masuala ya kigeni kwenye Wizara ya Mashauri ya Kigeni Irene Karari alisema kwamba serikali iko kwenye mstari wa mbele kuimarisha chuo cha KMTC kwa utoaji wa vifaa vya mafunzo ya kisasa kwa lengo la kuimarisha viwango vya mafunzo na kuboresha huduma za matibabu humu nchini.
Kiwango cha juu cha utendakazi miongoni mwa wafanyikazi wa humu nchini ni muhimu katika kufanikisha mpango wa huduma za afya kwa wote UHC na kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi wanapata huduma muhimu za afya. Chuo cha mafunzo ya utabibu cha Kenya KMTC kimepokea shehena ya vifaa vya mafunzo venye thamani ya shilingi milioni 650 kutoka kwa shirika la Books for Africa. Akizungumza katika makao makuu ya chuo cha KMTC jijini Nairobi, mkurugenzi wa idara ya masuala ya kigeni kwenye Wizara ya Mashauri ya Kigeni Irene Karari alisema serikali na washirika wa maendeleo watashirikiana kuboresha mpango huo.
We are very happy when we receive these books because they're going to continue building capacity for our nurses so that they are able to work well and work with when they are well equipped in the global market. So for us this collaboration is very important and we continue urging different partners to partner with our healthcare institutions, with our institution where there is a labor shortage that is being experienced globally.
So happy for this donation to KMTC of medical and nursing textbooks valued at over 650 million Kenyan shillings. Each of these books are fantastic textbooks and they will contribute to the healthcare and education system across Kenya. So happy to be a part of it.
Taasisi hizo mbili zilikariri kujitolea kuimarisha nguvu kazi ambayo ni nguzo muhimu katika utekelezaji wa mpango huo wa afya ya jamii. Mwenyekiti wa bodi ya chuo cha KMTC Josea Cheriot na afisa mkuu mtendaji wa chuo hicho Dr. Kelly Oluoch wamesema usaidizi huo unapiga jeki dhamira ya chuo cha KMTC ya kutoa mafunzo kwa wataalamu bora wa huduma za afya na nguvu kazi zinazofaa kwa ajira humu nchini na katika uwanda wa kimataifa.
His Excellency the President has given us an enabling environment to engage partners. In our strategic plan that we have in place, it has given us room to engage both internal and external partners. That is why we are having Books for Africa with us, and we are also appealing to other potential friends of KMTC to come on board, because we have room for them to work with us
to produce more of human resources for health. So we must make sure that these human resources for health are prepared for the international stage, that is the international market, and also be able to provide world-class services in our country, Kenya. And therefore, it is important to make sure we have inputs, and one of the most important inputs is the library books.
Vifaa hivi vitasambazwa katika mabewa yote ya vyuo vya KMTC kote nchini.
Kufuatia ripoti ya uchunguzi wa
Kwenye safu ya biashara, serikali imesema inakabiliwa na pingamizi kali kutoka kwa kampuni za utengenezaji dawa za kuua wadudu waharibifu kuhusiana na marufuku ya baadhi ya dawa hizo.
Waziri wa Kilimo Mutahi Kagwe amesema baadhi ya kampuni hizo zinafadhili hoja na kampeni za kudhalilisha maafisa wa serikali wanaotekeleza marufuku hiyo.
Serikali imeorodhesha kemikali 50 za kuua wadudu ambazo zinapaswa kupigwa marufuku humo nchini.
Taarifa hii na nyinginezo ni kwenye kitengo chetu cha Kapu la Biashara.
Bodi ya kudhibiti dawa za kuua wadudu waharibifu tayari imepiga marufuku dawa 8 kwa kuwa na kemikali zenye madhara. Makundi ya utetezi ya bunge na sekta ya kilimo yamekuwa yakipendekeza kupigwa marufuku kwa bidhaa 300 za kuua wadudu waharibifu humu nchini. Waziri wa Kilimo Mutahi Kagwe anasema kampuni za utengenezaji dawa hizo zinatatiza utekelezaji wa marufuku hiyo na kusonga juhudi za kukomesha matumizi ya kemikali zenye madhara humu nchini.
And if you fight back as severe guerrillas, they will fight back through the media, ensuring that the media is reporting good things and fighting back on dangerous chemicals that we want to ban. They will fight back in our legislative houses.
Kwingineko, shirika la kiuchumi kanda za Afrika Mashariki na Kusini COMESA linatoa wito kwa kuainishwa haraka kwa viwango vya fidia baina ya mataifa wanachama ili kulainisha utekelezaji wa kadi ya bima inayowezesha wenye magari kusafiri katika mataifa yote 13 ya wanachama wa COMESA kwa kutumia sera ya pamoja ya bima. Kampuni ya bima ya Kenya Reinsurance imezindua mpango unaowezesha maafisa wa utekelezaji sheria na maafisa usalama mipakani kudhibiti uhalali wa kadi hiyo iliyopewa jina Yellow Card.
The net worth of the scheme could be around 24 million. So there's no doubt that the Yellow Card scheme is a proven concept. It's financially sound.
Of course, we definitely now expect our revenue targets to grow upwards by more than 10% from these efforts.
Mwishowe, katika juhudi za kuziondolea biashara ndogo na za kadi vikwazo vya mtaji, benki ya Absa Kenya na ushirikiano wa Fiza imezindua kadi ya pamoja ya mkopo inayowalenga wajasiriamali wa biashara hizo. Katibu katika idara ya biashara ndogo na za kadri Susan Mangeni amesema Kenya imeimarisha mageuzi yanayolenga kuboresha mazingira ya kibiashara kwa kampuni hizo ambazo yanachangia 40% kwa pato jumla la taifa na kubuni ajira kwa 80% ya wafanyikazi.
SMEs are very integral because they contribute to most jobs in an economy, and above everything else, that the reason why we keep on innovating, because they come up with ideas and they keep on, changing the world.
Felix Q Darubini.
Nineteen nations will compete in the Total Energies CAF African Nations Championship, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania 2024, which will be staged from 2nd to 30th August 2025. Amongst the 4 groups in the tournament A to D, Kenya is pooled in Group A, together with Morocco, Angola, DR Congo and Zambia.
Algeria from the set piece, the header is on target, but it's saved.
This unique competition featuring the best locally based players from across the continent definitely has something for everyone. Just bring your A game as you let it flow live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
So Dakta, hujambo popote ulipo, karibu sana tudadadue za sporti, tudodose viwanjani. Mimi ni @I Lemoka. Na moja kwa moja tuanze na taarifa yetu kuu ambapo timu ya taifa ya soka Harambee Stars iliandikisha ushindi wao wa kwanza chini ya kocha Benny McCarthy baada ya kuilaza Chad magoli 2-1 kwenye mechi yao ya pili ya kirafiki ya kimataifa iliyoandaliwa mjini Marrakesh nchini Morocco. Jione, hivi ndivyo mambo yalivyokuwa. Stars ilijipatia mabao yake kupitia kwa wachezaji wapya Emmanuel Osoro na David Sakwa kabla ya kipindi cha kwanza kukamilika. Osoro alifunga bao la kwanza katika dakika ya 18 na Sakwa akaongeza bao la pili katika dakika ya 26. Timu hiyo ya Kenya inayojiandaa kushiriki kwenye mashindano ya mwaka huu ya CHAN ilitoka sare tasa na Chad katika mechi ya kwanza ya kirafiki Jumamosi iliyopita. Kocha McCarthy ambaye ameongoza timu hiyo katika mechi 4 sasa na amejipatia ushindi 1, sare 2 na kushindwa mara 1. Timu hiyo inatumia mechi hizo kujenga timu yake kabla ya mashindano ya CHAN ya wachezaji wanaosakata soka katika ligi za nyumbani barani Afrika.
The first game we played really well. Exceptionally well. We deserve to win. You know, and then you don't win. And you could see the expression on the face of the players when you've played the way that we did and you don't win the game. So today I just said to them, just now we just have to kick on a little bit. When you play the way that we did and you create the chances and you take them, then you'll see how easy it becomes.
Kwa lapu yangu kwanza kuitwa Harambee Stars na nimepata kufunga bao, ni experience poa na ni kitu nimeishi kutamani siku moja niitwe kwa hii collab. Na imefanyika na nimejituma, nimepata bao, nimepiga assist. Ni feeling poa sana. Ndio kitu nimeishi kutamani na imehappen na at least naona nimeanza na mwanzo poa.
Na timu ya taifa ya raga ya wanawake Kenya Lionesses ilifungwa alama 19-12 na Afrika ya Kusini kwenye mechi yao ya pili ya mashindano ya raga ya wanawake ya bara Afrika jijini Antananarivo, Madagascar. Jione. Matokeo hayo yalijiri baada ya Lionesses kujipatia ushindi kwenye mechi ya kwanza dhidi ya Madagascar alama 28-5. Timu hiyo itachuana na Uganda kwenye mechi ya 3 Jumamosi hii. Mashindano hayo yaleta pamoja timu 4 za ngazi za juu barani Afrika zikiwemo Kenya, Afrika ya Kusini, Uganda na Madagascar. Mshindi atajikatia tiketi ya kufuzu kwa mashindano ya wanawake ya kuwania kombe la dunia, ilhali timu itakayomaliza ya pili itafuzu kwa mashindano ya raga ya wanawake WXV3 jijini Dubai. Haya, tuangazie taarifa zinazohusiana na riadha ambapo bingwa mara 3 wa marathoni ya London Jocelyn Chepkosgei amewadokezea wakinzani wake kuwa yuko tayari kabisa kutoa ubingwa kwenye majaribio ya taifa ya kutetea kikosi cha Kenya kitakachoshiriki katika mashindano ya riadha duniani. Nyota huyo alitwaa ubingwa wake wa mbio za mita 1500 kwa muda wa dakika 15 sekunde 23.6 kwenye mashindano ya majeshi wa ulinzi.
Mashindano ya riadha ya majeshi wa ulinzi yaling'oa nanga Jumatano asubuhi katika uwanja wa michezo wa ulinzi, yakijumuisha wanariadha kutoka timu 17. Bingwa mara 3 wa marathoni ya London Jocelyn Chepkosgei aliendeleza rekodi yake ya kung'aa huku akiibuka mshindi wa mbio za mita 1500 kwa muda wa dakika 15 sekunde 23.6. Alifuatwa na Disila Jerono aliandikisha dakika 15 sekunde 28.8, huku Esther Chemutai akiridhika na nafasi ya 3 kwa muda dakika 15 sekunde 36.1.
I'm so grateful for today's performance. I had prepared well about this race. Yeah, to defend my team, which is Modiga. Yeah.
Katika mbio za mita 10,000 kwa wanaume, bingwa wa nusu marathoni ya timu Susu Wesley Yego alionyesha ubabe wake na kutoa ushindi kwa dakika 28 sekunde 37.53, huku Ronsa Konga na Charles Katulu wakikinzana kwa msisimko aina yake kisha kumaliza wa pili na tatu mtawalia.
Target yangu ni kuingia World Championship na naomba Mungu anipee afya mzuri, ni train vizuri na niweke Mungu mbele.
Wakati huo kigogo wa taifa wa mbio za mita 400 kuruka vizuizi na mshindi wa Kipkeno Classic Weisman Were amesema yuko tayari kutetea taji yake wakati wa majaribio ya taifa yatakayoandaliwa mwezi Agosti.
Most areas we are working on at the moment because just about technique, because the speed we have, so we need just to get the right time at the World Championship, because I believe with that combination we'll get it home.
Ukinzani mkali unatarajiwa wakati wa mashindano ya majaribio ya kitaifa yatakayoandaliwa mwezi Agosti, huku vigogo kutoka idara ya magereza, polisi na majeshi wakikinzana kuwania nafasi ya kuwakilisha Kenya katika mashindano ya dunia yatakayoandaliwa jijini Tokyo, Japan. Nikiripotia Darubini Michezo kutoka uga wa Ulinzi jijini Nairobi, mimi ni Frederick Mwoki.
Bila shaka Frederick Mwoki anatutamatishia Darubini Michezo, lakini kumbuka timu ya Brazil na Ecuador zote zimefuzu kuweza kushiriki fainali za mwaka ujao za kombe la dunia baada ya mechi zao za leo za kufuzu kwa fainali hizo kwenye eneo la Amerika ya Kusini. Mengi zaidi kwa taarifa hizi utazipokea mwendo wa saa 3 usiku kwa lugha ya Kiingereza, lakini wewe weka miadi nasi hiyo kesho muda na wasaa kama wa leo, na kuregesha kwao Gladys Mungai, hali kadhalika Ahmed Juma Balo. Mpaka hiyo kesho, mimi ni Lemoka na nimetoka.
Naam, shukran sana Lemoka kwa taarifa hizo za michezo. Na mtazamaji, kufikia hapo hatuna la ziada, ndio tunatamatisha taarifa hizi za Darubini ya Channel 1. Inshallah Mungu akipenda tukutane hapo kesho. Naitwa Ahmed Juma Balo, ukipenda nite AJB, na Anwangeshi amekuwa msaidizi wetu kwa upande wa ishara. Assalamu alaikum.
Na mtazamaji, mimi naitwa Gladys Mungai. Kumbuka kwamba kikao cha seneti baina ya maseneta na wahusika wakuu wa usalama nchini kimekamilika muda mchache uliopita. Kwa hivyo mtazamaji, taarifa kamili kwenye taarifa yetu ambayo imekuwa ni taarifa yetu kuu itakujia kwa uzito na uketo mwendo wa saa 3. Kwa hivyo basi usikose kutazama runinga ya KBC Channel 1. Kwa heri kwa sasa, tukutane tena hapo kesho.
This Father's Day, tell us why your dad is your hero. Is it his strength, his kindness, or his bad dad jokes? Post a 1-minute video sharing what makes your dad unforgettable, and you could win a one-night staycation at one of these hotels: the Fairview Hotel Nairobi, the Best Western Hotel Upper Hill, or the Holiday Inn Nairobi. Simply tag your 1-minute clip at Y254 on X, Facebook, and Instagram for your chance to win. Choose one of these hotels to also tag in your post, and you could spoil your dad for a night at Holiday Inn Nairobi, at Fairview Hotel Nairobi, and at Best Western Upper Hill. Don't forget to use the hashtag MyKBCDad. Let's celebrate our heroes in style.
Mtoto wa mazoea yuenda zake na wewe pia
Yes, unaweza changa kitu kidogo hivi. Kuna mtindo unaitwa Jaguar nikikuchezea